as they fly. Every spring a flower blossoms in my hand, and every winter time it dies. I've become the hunted. I've become the hunted. I've become the hunted. I've become the hunted, the hunted, the hunted. I've become the hunted. I've become the hunted. I've become the hunted. I've become the hunted, the hunted, the Another one hits the water, another one calls my name. A daughter has lost her father to the killing game. A city burned down to ashes, memories lost in vain. It's only gonna make us stronger as we heal the pain. Can you hear the sirens? Can you see the enemy line? I feel it coming closer. We're braver than a lion. We're steady in our state of mind, keeping our composure. Another one breaks the silence, another one shuts the door. We're never gonna be the same as we have been before. A city burned down to ashes, memories lost in vain. It's only gonna make us stronger as we heal the pain. Can you hear the sirens? Can you see the enemy line? I feel it coming closer. We're braver than a lion. We're steady in our state of mind, keeping our composure. Battle cry. Can you feel it taking over? Can you feel it taking over? Battle cry. Can you feel it taking over? Can you feel it taking over?
Flowers that bloom in the darkness. It's a sighting that is rare to come across. Nobody seems to have noticed that the power that could be bestowed is lost, riding through the twilight. This armory protects my heart. Chase the wind and touch the sky. A star's light shines on long after it dies. Oh, in the night, I live every day as if it's your last. Our memories been bright like beacons of the past. Oh, in the night, now we race against the sun. Now we race against the Now we race against the sun. Now we race against the race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Ooh.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image in City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining the life of mankind. Of cancerous, how we breathe vapors. Greek got us blinking in the streets like cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic carbine. Realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the system's unmasked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Combined with the power of Charles Jurassic. Gnashing T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes to back the ashes. Bring the madness. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. plastic lit the veil. When the system's a mess, it's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Combined with the power of Charles Jurassic, gnashing T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, protect the atlas. Bring the madness. Capture your image of City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands and dead presidents, determining like a man. Kind of fancy west how we breathe. The street got us blinking in the streets like cheap paper.
You know I make you feel good. And don't you wanna feel good, good, good? Sometimes I wish that we could go back before you got hurt, hurt, hurt. When before I was scared, now I'm feeling prepared. Don't you wanna feel good? Don't you wanna feel good, good, good?
When you say you were leaving, I thought that you meant it. I played the victim, you start as indifferent. Hindsight comes standard with rose-colored lenses. Hate to admit it, you're better off. Now you're too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it.
Maybe feelings change, I can remember all the reasons why we've been separate ways. Feeling all alone in your company, keeping you captive in Billy James.
We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again.
Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will go, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will go, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. We can start again.
Yeah, I'm lost and numb, cold to the touch. I pretend like I don't remember your name. Every masterpiece turns to blasphemy. When I close my eyes, yeah, I still see your face. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire started from a spark. I would spin you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. Yeah, I'm pale gray, all dust and fade. When I call for you, all I hear back is pain. Every song must end, even diamonds fade. When the darkness comes, I'll count up my mistakes. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire that started from a spark. I would spin you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. We were the thunder and the lightning. 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 We were
Hello, everybody. Welcome to tonight's screening of once again, two sets of series. Well, two series, actually, not two sets of series. We have got the first series that is going to be right now, which is Era Genesis facing up against Royalty Esports. This is a rematch. They have faced each other once before, but now they're coming back for vengeance. Genesis are looking to try and take them down, looking to promote straight to the winner's bracket, while Royalty look to continue their rampage and want to push into that winner's bracket against ATK later this week. So curious to see what they're going to be pulling out. But let's take a quick look at the roster. So we got roster 1 today. We have got Era Genesis. We got Era Single Tracks in the top lane. We got Floppy Pancake in the jungle. We have got Nick Zora in the mid lane. We got Dracarys in a bush as well as in the bot lane, apparently. We have then got Pendragon in the support. Pendragon has made his resurface for this team and has been absolutely dominating on, especially with Dracarys. So I'm sure they're going to want to win that ball lane. They're going to want to take the W. They want to push forward. They're going to want to show what they are made of. But now we're going to take a look at their challenges, which is going to be none other than Royalty Esports. They have got Wabajaki in the top lane, Garthru and Muller in the jungle. They have got Peanut in the mid lane, Vanzor in AD carry, and Darkside in the support role. These two teams have got this bitter rivalry from the last time they met, but now things has changed, and Genesis have got Pendragon on their side and have been performing exceptionally well with Pendragon back there. So curious to see if Royalty are going to respect this, and if they are going to anticipate what Genesis are bringing to the table. But right now, let's go take a quick look at the stats. So far in the Mettlestate groups, so ATK took the first game against Lost Time yesterday. 2-1 was a very intense series. It was very, very close to the bitter end. And then, so now they have gone to the winners bracket finals. Now Royalty and Genesis will face one another again to get into that winners bracket final against ATK. Try and knock out this super team and maybe progress and put a different team in the finals entirely. But it's all a matter of what happens in this game. So round 1, 5 only men still have to face off against XVG LTS. They haven't been able to play their game just yet, but I'll try and keep you updated when that is happening. But now, losers bracket round 3 Lost Time will be there. So that means the losers of this game will go up against Lost Time. And I think either matchup will be very interesting, as round 3 it will be a Lost Time Genesis rematch if Genesis lose, but then a Royalty Lost Time. And we could see a completely different final if pending particular results, obviously. Moving on to some of the OP.GG, so we have got Royalty Vanzor in the bot lane. Has not played too much this season, but we know he's been liking the Varus, but liking the Tristana and the Misfortune. Very aggro bot laners, very poke orientated bot laners. And I think the one thing for sure is you must never count him out, especially with the kind of strength that he brings to his team. We got Peanut in the mid lane, is usually a resident jungler, but has been put in the mid side so Garth can play in the jungle. Has not been playing too much this season, but from what we know, will play around his team, will play those aggressive team fight, the aggressive team fight based mid laners. Does like the Orianna from what I've collected in his previous series. So unsure on what he's going to be bringing out tonight. But then we have Garthru and Muller in the jungle. Likes the Vi and the Karthus as well as the Maokai. One thing for sure is you must never ever let this man play the Karthus. This guy's Karthus is too clean. He absolutely annihilates enemy jungler. He can make a challenger player look like he's in silver. So you do not want to give him Karthus, you want to give him Vi. He's a very hard engaged this one particularly hard engaged champion and one hard scaling champion. So best of both worlds for him. Then we got Wabajaki in the top lane. Likes the Jax, likes the Aatrox and the Scion. Pretty good win rate setting on the Mordekaiser with 6 games, 67% win rate and 3.1 KDA. So he is not someone you want to be messing with. He has been doing quite a lot of work in the top lane for Royalty. So curious to see what he is going to be bringing now, along with his rather expansive champion ocean in the top lane. And then we have none other than Darkside in the support role. Diamond 1, 6 LP Win rate's not as high as he would have wanted it to be, but likes the Nami, likes the Lulu. But then in solo queue has been spamming the Rakan and the Norlis. Rakan being one of the best supports in the game right now. So very likely it's going to be a pick or ban between these two teams. Now we take a look at Genesis, who have all been absolutely smurfing it right now in their solo queue games, all sitting in Platinum 4, every single track's Plat 4, 32 LP, like these very annoying and abusive top laners like Camille and Fiora, and even the GP. So if you start losing lane to him, he's gonna make sure you know you've lost lane to him throughout the entire game. So giving him that kind of comfort, letting him do what he pleases is something that you should not give single tracks. Floppy Pancake is currently gold 1, 0 LP in solo queue, is flex from what I believe. Loves the Lilia and the Zac. These two are his most played champions. Very high KDAs. Almost 60% winner with Lilia with a 4.219 KDA. 27 games. He is very scary on these two picks, and very likely that at least one of them will not make it through that ban phase. Now we have Nick Zora in the mid lane, Platinum 4, 1 LP. Likes the Kiana, Akshan, and the Ari, but has been recently picking up the Cassiopeia and the Akali. Very dangerous mid laner here. Also been playing a bit of the Zed, and then even some of the Samira. But I think the Samira is possibly a bot lane pick that he has been practicing, but I severely doubt he's going to play it mid lane. Then we have got Drakari 17, Plat 4, 0 LP. Likes the Jhin and the Caitlyn, two of his favorite champions. Very high win rates on them as well, and fairly decent KDAs. And now Twitch, but his Twitch is his pocket pick with 70% win rate and on 10 games with a 3.1 KDA. So you must never sleep on this man's Twitch, and I think that's the respect, you must give him the respect he deserves. Now this is Pendragon Silver 1, 100 LP. Loves this Pyke, 62% win rate with 39 games on Pyke, 3.02 KDA. Has picked up the Swain and the Alistair as well, but Pyke has been his go-to and always will be his go-to. I'm not sure if they're going to be prior picking it, but it's something that he is very experienced on and very capable of helping his team with the best visibility with that. Then we have got the two subs. We got Pasty, Platinum 2, 64 LP, plays Karma and Lulu. Subs in, will sub in if absolutely necessary, but I don't think they are going to be doing subs today. Then we have Darkheart, also resident Shaco player, but very capable of playing among all roles. So curious to see what he could bring out if he does end up getting subbed in. But just looking at that, these two teams have got a lot of rivalry. They've got a lot. Genesis have a lot less to lose than Royalty, and Royalty have everything to lose, if anything. So we just gotta hope that either team play to their win conditions. That particularly they're gonna want to play around Floppy Pancake as well as Nick Zora in the middle lane. This dynamic duo have been together for such a long time. They have been playing competitively together for at least 2-3 years, almost 2 years now, and one would say they are inseparable in terms of roaming. So one thing for sure is you don't want to give these two comfort, else they are going to absolutely annihilate you. But I think the same goes for Royalty. They've been playing together for quite some time with Vanzor and Darkside having that really good laning synergy. And very curious to see what they have in store for us in the bot lane. I know Genesis might have a surprise pick, but I cannot say the surprise pick because I haven't seen it. Been played yet, but it's been apparently having a lot of success. So I severely doubt it's going to get through if Royalty have done their research, and then also if Genesis have done their research on who these people have been spamming. Then looking once again at the Mettlestate groups, so how this group stage initially ended. So ATK taking the top of the group, Royalty in second place, only taking one loss, and that is to ATK. But then Genesis coming in second place, only taking a loss to ATK and Royalty. So they are looking to change that tonight. They're looking to take that W, looking to push forward and reach that grand finals. As there are two era teams sitting here right now, and these two era teams are performing exceptionally well. And I think it is just what era needs. If it gets to be a lost time Genesis final, that would definitely be something. But there would be a lot of conditions that would need to be met for that to happen. But at the end of the day, we're just for some good League of Legends. That's what we're here for. But tonight there will also be another series which I will be covering, but it will be at 10, so depending how long this group stage goes on, how long this match goes on for. But if we go look at the open division right now into the playoffs and finals, this game here, definitely Sheepie's team going up against OSHDW Origin. They are going to be playing at 10:15. And I think this is a game which I'm very curious to see how it's going to go. Sheepie's team being quite dominant. And, well, Shadow Origin also looking quite dominant. So, these two, this is going to definitely be a close game. It could possibly look at being a best of 3. Where Aeon did take the game against Elements of Wisdom. And they will be facing Dark Horses Esports tonight as well at 8:30. Unfortunately, I will not be able to cast that as around the same time as this game. And the order, like, planning became an absolute nightmare. So, I do hope that we can get some good League of Legends tonight. And right now, I'm just gonna hope that the lobby is being put together. Nick Zora has made his way online. We have got 6 minutes, so the royalty lads also should be coming on soon. Robot Girl is also here helping set up. But so far, so good. And I think just looking at this roster here, I just like I've made a deal with the Genesis roster. If they are to take the win here, they will be able to put more of their pictures there. And I said that's what they must do. If they win, they must send me the pictures so I can make them a really nice roster, because this roster does not get the recognition it deserves. They have been performing so well. And I think it is only fair that they are given this kind of recognition. Even though I believe one player was going to send a picture of their dog and put it on as their picture. So I'm not going to say who that is because they know who they are. And I do think it'd be kind of funny. Definitely be kind of funny. But this is, as we are reaching the 3 minutes before starting time. Look at him in the jungle. But he's not even jungling, man. He's in the jungle, but he's not even jungling. He's the AD carry. He's the AD carry, but he wanted to be in the bush. So he's Chris in bush. That's where he is right now. And then, yeah, so we're going to take a quick look at any specific stats. So, particularly what Vanzor has been playing. Because we're not seeing too much of what Vanzor has been picking up, but has got 5 games with Lucian, 60% win rate. So Nami Lucian does seem to be the go-to for this bot lane. Where I'm not sure what the pocket pick that Dracarys has in store. It is one thing I know for sure is it is not here. It is not on this page, but he has been absolutely smurfing on it recently. I think we are going to be able to cover the patch notes one last time, as patch 13.13 is reaching its last day. It is now 2 weeks, so we will be getting the new patch sometime today, tomorrow. But as we see here, we got buffs up to nerfs to Annie mid, Amumu, Cassidy, Cassante, and Zac. Annie getting more buffs into the support role and has been quite common played in the support, as it has been picked up by Unique so far in this Pro Series. 13.13, we live in the future. Bro, I don't even mean to say the things that come out of my mouth half the time. I'm not gonna lie to you. But the nerfs to Cassante were very much needed. This champion was a tad bit strong. Nerfing the slows and also nerfing his resistances. 20% more resistances are lost. So in total, he uses 85% of his resistances when going in for a team fight here. Alistair getting a massive amount of buffs, and I believe he's getting more buffs in the future. He's got a lot of the AP ratio buffs, and so kind of trying to motivate maybe an AP form of Alistair here, pushing him towards mid lane even. Well, I'm getting a nice buff to his W, whereas now W gives double the resistances compared to what it used to. Jarvan's W is now a bit more spammable. Scales with his bonus AD, but it lasts a lot less, so as long as he gets some ability haste under his belt, he will be able to block a lot of damage there. Kayle getting hit with a bit of a movement speed buff. Kayn, they buff Blue Kayn, as well as generally the Reaping Slash, as well as Kayn's pre-mitigation magic damage that comes out when he goes for his initial burst. LeBlanc's cooldowns and ability mana costs have been reduced. So kind of incentivizing people to rather play the aggressive early game rather than having to sit back and try and farm, which we all know is kind of a pain for LeBlanc. Norlis getting hit with a nice buff as well. Pike, Rakan, who's been absolutely dominating solo queue right now. Thresh being hit with a buff, and Trundle being hit with W movement speed buff, as well as now his dance skill with his movement speed. And then Aurelion Soul getting a full rework and adjust, and he has just been absolutely broken ever since. Now we also got some really nice skins that were released that are going to be coming out, so we are actually going to take a look at them. So, where is it? So, Broken Covenant skins. So this is what we're going to be covering now. So we got some new Broken Covenant skins that are going to be released. So we got Broken Covenant Ribbon, which is looking rather spicy. And then we also see as Misfortune, she is going to be getting a Prestige edition as well as her base edition. So yet another Misfortune skin. That's without a doubt the most popular champions in the fan base, as predicted said here. And then Zyra Khan also getting a new set of skins. So these skins looking rather spicy. So we will take a look at all of them. Alright. So we got the Ribbon skin looking spicy, looking good. Ribbon Main is definitely going to be copying this one. We have the Zyra Khan for the Lovers duo. They do look like elves, but at the same time really digging this duo, really digging this combo, and particularly the Rakan color scheme does synergize quite well with the Zyra's much darker and like gold color scheme. Cho'Gath, essentially just a giant fucking town basically, and he's got skeleton claws, he's got prisoners on his arms, the skin is cracked. We have got Vladimir as well, Broken Covenant Vladimir. Man looks like he's straight out of Elden Ring, so curious to see what he has up in what is going to look like in game. We haven't seen much of the in-game stuff, but the splash art does do it quite a lot of justice. We have got the Nocturne skin, who's got a little like star as his face, which was pointed out to me, and it does look rather strange, but could be better, could be worse. We have got the Misfortune one, which is definitely a bit of a change of pace here, but definitely one of her nicer looking skins, will not lie. And then we have got her Prestige edition, actually, which looks absolutely correct. Completely different, gives it like the pink hair, this bluish plate, like Hextech vibes. Really am digging it. But we are just waiting for the lobby to be put together. As for the waiting for everyone to get online, so Dracarys, Floppy Pancake, Nick Zora, and Pendragon are all online. We are just going to be waiting for one more, which I believe is I don't have single tracks on my friends list, unfortunately, but should be hopefully getting into game soon. So what will likely happen is we will get this game 1 done, and then at game 2, depending how long game 2 goes on for, we'll also be catching the Shadow Origin against Sheepii's team. Curious to see how that's going to play out. But right now, what we're going to do just for a couple of minutes, while we wait for the players to get in, we're going to take a small break, and then we will be back once everything is sorted. So please stick around, wait and see. This game should be getting started in the next 5 minutes, but I'll see you all in 5 minutes.
this out. Check this out.
Hello there, we have returned. We are getting ready to head into game 1 here as they're preparing the last few instances of the lobby. It does look like Robot Girl will be subbing in for Peanut today, as I think stage like 6 load shedding has not been kind to us. And I think it is just particularly unfortunate. A lot of these players they're not getting as much of an opportunity to play because they're getting hit with this load shedding, and I know with yesterday with Clax, he was able to play, but his inverter had died, so it was just right place, wrong time, unfortunately, on his part. But curious to see how this is going to go. All hydrated already, so chat cannot drown me now, which is always good to hear. So please do not drown me, chat. I do appreciate it if you don't drown me, okay? Just don't drown me. I like living. Living is fun. Sometimes. But there is going to be a song I'm going to play now. It is as per request of one of my mods. He is unfortunately not here because he is playing. So... Alright, this is purely because this is what he wants. Alright.
Yeah. Whopper, 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 Junior, Double, Triple, Whopper, Flame Grill taste with perfect toppers. I rule this day.
This is just the song that he wanted. But bear with me, boys. Bear with me, everyone. Boys and girls. Alright, here it comes.
Whopper, 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 Whopper. Junior, Double, Triple, Whopper. Flame Grill taste with perfect toppers.
Here it comes, everybody.
I rule this day, this day, this day.
Very disappointed with the real sandwiches.
Why did it take so long to build up? We just want the Whopper Whopper.
Chicken, 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 Italian spicy bacon, chicken.
I didn't realize the full version
And
was
also
good.
chicken, crown of my day, my day. Whopper, 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 Junior, Double, Triple, Whopper, Flame Grill taste with perfect toppers. I rule this day. Number 15. Whopper, 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 Junior, Double, Triple, Whopper, Flame Grill taste with perfect toppers. I rule this day. Lettuce, mayo, pickle, ketchup, it's okay if I don't want that. If also or bacon, Whopper, any Whopper, my way, Whopper, my way. Whopper, 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 Junior, Double, Triple, Whopper, Flame Grill taste with perfect toppers.
Yes.
I rule this day.
R.
Chicken, 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 Italian spicy bacon. Chicken, chicken, when I get down, I'll slip my in, ground up, I ground up, yeah. Toasted, wanna taste the royal sauce.
Alright.
On the royal sauce. Water, 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 Junior, Double, Triple, Whopper.
Alright, so we are into Champ Select now for Game 1 between Era Genesis and Royalty Esports, as the pike is going to actually be taken away from our boy. So it is going to be a pikeless Pendragon. But curious to see what else he could be bringing to the table. As then that is going to be the Vi taken away from Goth. Don't want him on that heavy and hard engage. So that is... They did research. I mean, we have both teams doing their research, as that is going to be Zach taken away from Floppy Pancake. And rightfully so, he's quite strong on it, so very sure that this was a very justified ban, as that is going to be the Maokai being banned away from Goth. They don't want Goth on this hard, they don't want this hard engaged Maokai, they don't want him to be popping that free vision score with the saplings. They do not want him on any of that. But last few bans will be coming out now. As Royalty, they take away the Lilia from Floppy Pancake. So that is 2 junglers banned away from Floppy Pancake. He is going to have to pull something new out of the bag here. Or he's going to pull out something that one of his all-time favorites, but we don't know for sure, as that is going to be the Rakan ban for Darkseid. So now that is no hard engage there being allowed for Royalty. That is going to be the Varus hover. And it does look like that is going to be the Varus picked up for Banzor. Particularly, there we go. Loves playing the lethality Varus, especially with the Comet. So Banzor being given that is maybe a small error on the side of Genesis here. But now we see double pick here. So they chose red side so they could pick the double and look for counters. As they're probably going to be picking the 80 carry here for Dracarys. Choose music. Okay, I will play the music. Okay, so that is going to be the Jarvan lock-in for Floppy Pancake. Going to be playing the hard engage. Using and abusing the Jarvan buffs. And I think rightfully so. Really good, easy setup. So it does look like they might play for the team fight setup here. So could there be a possible Orianna or even Misfortune pickup to synergize well with this Jarvan? We'll have to find out now, as that is going to be an Alistar lock-in. So that is going to be Alistar for Pendragon. And I think this is a very interesting wombo now that they have available. As Alistar could be the uprise or the downfall of their hard engage. As if he does knock them out of the Cataclysm, it can be rather destructive for his own team. As that is going to be the Malzahar lock-in for the mid lane. Thank you so much for the followers, J Hackles. I don't know if I was saying that right, but I was going to say Jackals. Oh, okay, that's what it is. Jackals. Lamau, I'm gonna get that Diana Yasuo. Well, that now is going to be the Lee Sin lock-in for Garth here. Garth does like the Lee Sin, and it as printed on the poster, it is what he was going to be playing. So, very much made sense there, as that is going to be the final lock-in for Royalty. Last one, 100%. What makes you say it's going to be the last one, 100%? So that is now going to be the Talia lock-in, which I think is a really, really good counter pick into the Lee Sin. Can make it hard for Lee Sin to look for that hard engage if the Talia does drop the Weave, not the Weaver's Wall, drops the E. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't play much Talia. So now we are entering the second ban phase. So now that they see mid laner and bot laner have been locked in, it is just the support as well as the top laner that need to be banned away. So that will actually be a no ban just yet. So we're going to find out quickly what the ban was. Alright, it was a Leona ban, that is confirmed. Good luck with Jackal's Silent Age. Good luck with the game to the teams. Last pronunciation of Jackals. Oh, okay, so Jackals. That's a pretty dope name though. So that is going to be the Camille being taken away from single tracks. Do not want him on that aggressive comfort in the top lane. Wabajagi does respect that. So that is a Leona ban for Darkseid, as they don't want to have any more of that CC. But then that is going to be the Ornn actually taken away from Wabajaki. And then the Fiora taken away from single tracks. So it does literally leave him with a handful of top laners which he can play. This man has a very deep champion ocean of aggressive top laners which he could be playing here. So would not be surprised if he pulls one of them out tonight. A new one for us tonight, as that is the Xayah hover, and it will be the Xayah bot lane for Dracarys. But now we are going to get the predictions started. So who's going to be taking game one? So who's going to win game one? Is it going to be Royalty? See, or is it going to be Genesis? I will give you 5 minutes to do the predictions. 5 minutes. Champion Ocean Poggers. Yeah, I mean, man's got a big Champion Ocean here, as that is going to be the Nautilus pick up here for Darkseid. So that is Nautilus. Varus got the hard engage with him, and then they've both got the hard engage with the Lee Sin. The Malzahar can't shut down any of that mobility, and then Na being hovered for the top lane. As points are coming out, a lot of points are coming out. 4k so far in favor, and then 300 points going on to Royalty. 10.3k being put onto Royalty right now. 3.9k on Genesis. That is a lot of points that is available. So curious to see where that is going to go. But final pick, what is it going to be? What is going to be brought out in the top lane for single tracks? And it does look like it is going to be the Garen. So that is a Garen top lane. Didn't make me spend all my points. Holy shit. I mean, you're not the only one. There's a lot of points. There's spin to win. So we have the spin to win Garen going on to the man single tracks. We've got Wabajaki on the Knot. We have got Garth on the Lee Sin. We have got Robot Girl sitting on that Malzahar. Varus on the for Vanzor. Nautilus for Darkseid. And then on the other side for Genesis, we got single tracks on the Garrett. We got Floppy Pancake on the Jarvan. We have got Nixora on the Talia. We have got Dracarys on the Zaya, and Alistair for Pendragon. They took away his Pike, so he's gonna have to fight back and use those AP Alistair buffs to the best possible advantage that he has. So as we prepare to get into game, let's take a look at some of their win rates on their Evidoji. Hog load shedding 9 to 1 a.m. Huge. I mean, it's just South Africa, man. Welcome to South Africa. So we're now going to cover some of the stats here. So Pendragon does have 1 game in the Alistair, 3.1 KDA, 100% win rate. So he's looking to keep that 100% win rate with that 1 game. So it makes sense. Nixora doesn't have the Talia. I think this is a Giga Garen angle. I think he 1v9s this. I like the change, the screen change, Lamau. Yeah, I was able to find a transition, and it's a really cool transition. But I get now a hydrate. All right, I've got a hydrate for you. So, fuck. Must not drink too much, or it's gonna last me the whole stream. It's like a 2-liter bottle of water. So now that does mean also that Pendragon will look to try and make some... Will he make some early plays? Will he look to roam a lot more? Or will he be staying bot lane with Dracarys? But Chris now is playing the Zaya, which is not in his champion pool in his most recent games, but did want to look for that more of that safety, especially with all the kind of engage which Royalty do have. Nixora did go for the Talia. Does not have much Talia in the solo queue, but in his flex queue games, as well as his competitive season, he has been picking up this Talia quite a bit. Has been a very good counter pick. It's a lot of these heavy dash orientated champions. Floppy Pancake is going to be picking up a new jungler for us with the Jarvan. Has not played it in the competitive season so far, but that does make it his 5th jungler that he has been going to be playing on the competitive stage, and curious to see what he is able to do with it. I wonder if he's going to go his full tank Jarvan build. But he knows exactly what I mean when I say that. Single tracks got his Camille and got his Fiora taken away, but does kind of counteract that with his pick in the top lane with the Garen. Doesn't have any Garen in his last couple of games, but does Peanuts still play for Royalty? I believe he still does. I just think because of load shedding, I think they weren't able to get everyone on at the same time, so they got Robot Girl. She is just going to be filling in. She is going to be subbing for him for this game. Unsure if he's going to be able to return for the next ones, but we shall see. And then with Royalty here, so Vanzor likes this Varus. Doesn't have a good win rate in solo queue, but he has played it a lot in the competitive stage with that Comet Lethality Varus, so it is quite a scary pick. Peanuts is not going to be with us, but Robot Girl is going to be subbing for him. And then Garth Mullet does not get the Vi or the Maokai. but we'll be able to play this new jungler, which we haven't seen him on just yet, is his Lee Sin. And then Wabajaki, gonna be chilling in the top lane, nothing too spicy with him. And then Darkseid playing the Norlis. 32 games, 38% win rate, not as high as you would have wanted to be, but it is definitely a hard engaged champion. So now we are going to head into game here, as it is blue side is so Jen, and then red side is RYL. Okay, I should have realistically should have changed that earlier, but my brain was not in the right place. As we are going to be heading to game. Come on, show us the money, show us the skins. So it is just it's lagging out. There we go. So we actually see that Floppy Pancake and Nick Zora have matching skins today. They both are running the SSW skins. So it is going to be at Samsung White. I think it's Samsung White Talia and Samsung White Jarvan, or it's no, it's SSG. So it's the Samsung Galaxy Jarvan. All right, so let's get the chat, get the objective timers. Time controls are gone, but now let's drag it up. There you go. We are now officially in game here. This is going to be game 1 of the winners bracket first playoff. And the winner, as there is a pause, so ADC went to the bathroom. All right, Dracari's out here taking the piss, literally. All right, but we get the immediate unpause as Dracari is returned from taking the piss. Now we just wait for the small delay. Then we should be back in relatively soon. Alright, come on. Loaded. Why does Riot have to do this to me? Alright. As we are into game, so it's going to be SSG Jarvan. So that is going to be the Muay Thai Lee Sin for Garthia. Generally the Lee Sin main skin, the skin that Lee Sins play, which it is quite scary. But I do think what I'm going to do real quick is I'm just going to do that.
30 seconds
and
until
then
minions spawn.
let's do that. Alright, and then sorry. Okay, cool. So we see they are going to be anticipating an invade here, but now with the Talia and the Jarvan, they do have the synergized skins, so putting that extra synergy, that extra next level play. So I'm trying to see if... Okay, so that's how that works. Nice.
Minions
So if I press C, we can also see the runes which they are running, so that is going to be Treasure Hunter coming out for the Lee Sin. But they do have vision on Floppy Pancake and single tracks here, with that extra ward down here. But Dracarys and Pendragon put a control ward on that. They've actually put a control ward there already, just to kind of ensure the safety of that buff. So that's not a control ward, so there's just a ward there, so they're just trying to ensure that the Lee Sin does not look for the early invades. But they know exactly where the Jarvan is going to be pathing because of that ward bot side. Garth is still going to be a little bit slow on the clear, as he did opt for the Q clear, the Q start max. And now Pendragon is spotted on a ward, but you see the small knockup coming out there. Darkseid's Q does go wide, but Banzor going for the aggressive trades. But is not going to be opting for that lethality Varus, is going to be opting more for the attack speed Varus, due to the nature of their team not being too poke orientated. But definitely looking very advantageous for them. So we do see it is going to be a hard engage coming in from Pendragon here. Feathers do go wide. The root coming out from Dracarys. Ignite coming out onto Vanzor. But Vanzor having to force the flash out of the Xayah. Knockup is available for Alistair. Knocks the Pendragon back. Q back as well. But Darkseid uses the W. Gets the bit of that shield. Pullback not enough as Vanzor gonna be picking up that last kill, last auto attack onto Dracarys. And now Pendragon is stuck between a rock and a hard place, as he will try and walk it out. But Jarvan and Lee Sin are both trying to path bot lane, trying to set this up. As we see it is just going to be a very simple matter of an auto attack counter. Talia getting in the good trades in the mid lane onto Robot Girl here. But Jarvan, unfortunately, not able to do too much there. As it was a hard engage from Pendragon and Dracarys, but unfortunately was not to their benefit. As that was a very clutch W coming out from Darkseid, saving him there and preventing the reset from coming out and giving Dracarys a little bit extra mana. As Nick Zora goes in for a really good trade onto the Malzahar under their own tower. Gonna be looking to outpush this Malzahar, try and get the lane pressure, try and assist his team. But Nick Zora, as little does he know, he is about to get ganked. There is a Lee Sin in his lane now. As Lee Sin doesn't actually look for the Q, does get the knockback, but that is going to be the ghost for the Lee Sin. Q does go wide. Alistar and Flypunking have made their way top to the mid lane. But nothing further will happen there. So really well executed there from Genesis, as they do just want to make sure that Nick Zora does not get taken down, is allowed to scale up in this mid lane. But gold sitting at very much in the favor of royalty right now, as Dracarys falling, it's just unfortunately fallen a little bit behind, sitting about 600 gold behind now due to that kill in the bot lane, as well as the Nolus sitting about 600 gold ahead as well. So they are in a pretty happy spot, and I think that kind of sets the tone, is that Dracarys and Pendragon are going to have to play a little bit safe. But we do see pings coming out that they want to make a play bot lane. By they, I mean Jarvan. So Jarvan is going to be looking to go do an in-lane gank. There is no vision available to them. So Q does land onto Dracarys. Dracarys does get caught out. Does get knocked back, and there's a knock-up onto Darkseid. Darkseid is stuck between a rock and a hard place, and Dracarys will pick up the first kill for Genesis. As that is a very well-executed gank coming out from the J4. Knowing that this Nautilus does not have the flash available. But single tracks being taken quite low on this Garen. And will be able to walk out pretty easily with the trades. But we see the knockup coming in from Alistar. Slow coming in as well. The root, the stun, the reroute again from Dracarys. They're gonna go commit to the dive. They aren't able to commit to the dive, as Vanzor will miss the Q, miss the E. Pendragon barely walking out, but now Jarvan is fighting this Lee Sin. Lee Sin does have the flash available, will flash away, but there's going to be a flash onto him from Floyd Pancake. And he takes down Garthru, as now Nick Zora does drop the Weaver's wall, but unable to get anything there. So now it is 2 for 2. It is only 800 gold separating these two teams, but Darkseid, whew, massively good sidestep going in from Dracarys here. Sidestepping that Nolus hook with ease. And sidestep by that thick boy. I mean, we all know that Dracarys is also a thick boy. But I think also that the Alistar going for that Hogger's sidestep on the Varus Q, as well as dodging the Varus E. So it is a really good play coming out from Genesis so far. As Darkseid does try and shove the wave out. So now Dracarys will be forced to stay a little bit under this tower. As Vanzor is going to be hard shoving that wave, trying to deny as many minions as possible, as the wave is pushing, and they are going to be able to get the tower push. And at the end of the day, Garth was bought. But now Vanzor and Darkseid do get some free hits on tower plating. We'll pick up one plate. But now Lee Sin is going to be opting to start up this dragon fairly early on. With the Darkseid aiming to help him, and it'll only be one plate for Vanzor. As now that bot lane gold is setting. So just to keep at it, but thank you so much, Stylus. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, now I need to figure out where I was. Where was my train of thought? Alright, so Dracarys is only about 400 gold behind, but they do look like they're going to just pick up the dragon fairly early. That is going to be Royalty's dragon there, as leaving on the 1 HP, no burn happening. But they do clear the ward, as Alistar will use that to get out. But single tracks now goes in for the small trade, but seems like this Gnar is just doing quite a bit of damage. And will be knocked up against the wall. Single tracks is stunned, does have the flash available, but is just going to try and kite this out as well as he can. As that is going to be Wabjad going for the flash kill, and that will be a kill for this Gnar. As now Pendragon and Jarvan want to look to try and set up a gank in the bot lane. Darkseid and Vanzor will look to reset here, but actually Vanzor's back's gonna be stopped. Really good stop coming out from Dracarys there, not denying them any possibility of getting some lead in this lane. But Jarvan will be returning to the bot lane. Lee Sin is going to be there as well. Robot Girl is also looking for the rotation. As Chris does get by the knockup. Dracarys having to go in the flash. As you see the flash onto Darkseid. The Cataclysm coming out. There's a massive setup Cataclysm coming out. Featherstorm coming out for Dracarys, as that is a double kill coming out for Xayah. That is now 3 against 3. Well, 3 against 2 right now, as Nick Zora does make his way bot lane to help against Robot Girl. That's a triple kill coming out for Xayah. And now that is going to be Robot Girl getting hit by the stun. Dracarys is just going to order that out. And then Floppy Pancake will pick up that kill. So that is a triple kill for the Xayah. Free kill for this Jarvan. And that is a very well set up rotation coming out from Genesis. And I think Pendragon playing a little bit too close to the chest, as he does take a wee bit of damage, to say the least. 20 HP. But now we do see Darkseid has made the roam up with God to pick up that Rift Herald. Wants to try and get a lane ahead, but Signal Tracks seems having a bit of a rough time up here against Wabajaki, who's playing one of the very hard engaged top laner. Ranged poke is just an absolute nightmare for Garen. But Talia getting the pushes, getting the waves down. And we see pings coming out as well for the top side. They do want to go in onto this Talia, but they don't know where she has gone. So they're actually going to drop the Rift Herald mid. They want to give Robot Girl a little bit more room to breathe, as Garth will hop over and will pick up the Jarvan's Raptors. So that is going to be that. But now we see the Jarvan has made his way there and has found Garth once again. Does like to knock up a lot of damage coming out from the Jarvan. As now Nick Zora is excellent size there coming out from Floyd Pancake. Does not have the Cataclysm available just yet, but that is Pendragon looking for the roam. Flash, W, Q comes out there onto Darkseid, and there's a lot of people tanking there. Floyd Pancake is doing a lot of damage, but Xayah also making the rotations top side, as that is an excellent rotation coming out from this Xayah. 4-1 now. Very, very strong. Gold is still even, and Vanzor able to pick up some of those free plates down in the bot lane without any issues whatsoever. So gold-wise, he is still about even with the Xayah now, so works out fairly well for him. Talia gets up the kill. Jarvan is 205, but right now Jarvan is quite a strong jungler. Is able to utilize this heavy hard engage, especially pairing up well with the Xayah, pairing well with this Alistar. If a well put together Cataclysm can mean the end of a team fight for this royalty team fights in general. Robogol needs some reprogramming there. So we do see that it's going to be a possible gank mid coming out here, but Jarvan there is no vision available. And Jarvan does look for the engage. The Weaver's Wall does come out, but that is going to be a flash coming out from Robot Girl. As Nick Zora does drop the teleport. Does drop the ghost. But that is an excellently timed knockup coming out from Natalia, as Jarvan and Talia will just go at it. They will take down the Lee Sin, and they will take down Robot Girl, and that will be a double kill coming out for this Jarvan. But now we're also going to be very... So now Darkseid is in a lot of danger right now. And so it's going to be a flash knockup and a stun coming out from Nick Zora, but that unfortunately will be a shutdown going over to Vanzor. At the end of the day, that is a 203 Talia. That is a very, very fed AD carry as well, who has been able to get a lot of the waves. With the Bork now, Bork rush for the Varus as well. Very interesting pick up there. As Singletrax does have the flash, Nod does have the leap, but Singletrax could possibly look for the engage. It does have the Marcian Justice. But that is a bit of a large shutdown that went to Robot Girl. No, Robot Girl went to Vanzor, picking up the 400 gold onto Floppy Pancake there. But they also be able to pick up this Varus, not giving this Varus any room to breathe. As Pendragon does go for the knock-up, Darkseid does hit the Q on the wall, but now gets stunned up again. But will not chase As now, Nick, as that is 4 members on this dragon right now. It does not look like it is going to be very much. It is going to not be contested. That is going to be a red time smite as Alistair does go for the knock-up onto Robot Girl. Robot Girl does not have the flash on the Malzahar, does not have the CC. And that is going to be a kill going over to Zaya once again. And Single Tracks having to burn the flash. Single Tracks is quite low, but there will be a flash from Wabajaki. Wabajaki will not get the kill. That is a lot of chaos happening there. These are 2 very low health top laners, but we see there's going to be actually an Alistair engaged in the bot lane. Darkseid doing a lot of damage here with this Blade of the Rune King. Featherstorm coming out. Nick Zora is there as well. Massive Featherstorm pullback coming away from Drukari. 6-1 right now on the Zaya. There's a 3-0-5. Talia as well, as they're going to be going for the fight onto Banzor. The root does land, but that is going to be another shutdown going to him. Knockup does take him down as Nick Zora is now on a rampage on this Talia. Gold is still not in their favor, still in favor of Royalty, but there are very strong members of Genesis that are to be feared now. The full Gale Force Zaya. Italia 10 stacks on the Dark Seal already. Jarvan 4, 2, and 8. But now Pendragon is looking for the roam top lane. So is Floppy Pancake. This Gnar is a sitting duck. Does not have the flash. Has heal. Does have the ulti knockback. But they will send the Gnar back into the bush. Single Tracks tanking a lot of the tower. But Alistair getting the knockout. Excellent knockup coming up from the Floppy Pancake. And it does look like that is going to be a heal from Wabajaki. But Garen tries to get the kill there. And that is actually going to be a mistimed knockaway coming away from Alistair. So now that is going to be a missed dredge line onto the Zaya, as we see that is going to be the Ghost coming in for the Talia. Does have the full Leandries, but Jarvan also does have the Cataclysm available as they do defend this tower for its dear life here. But does look like Banzor will be able to pick up that tower relatively freely in the bot lane with nobody there to contest him. But now Alistair wants to look for a fight here. Does have the Mobies. Banzor is running. Does know that the Alistair is on his way. Flash not coming up. The Weaver's Wall is also available for Talia. Banzor just trying to cut it out, but that's going to be the Gale Force coming out from Dracarys. And that is going to be a shutdown going over to him on the Zaya. And that is very well executed once again from Genesis with these roams. Talia being very instrumental to getting all these roams down. As now Garen... Where's Garen? There's Garen. Garen does look onto Robot Girl. Robot Girl walk in right into the job and will get an easy knock-up. Does not need to worry about using the Cataclysm, but the Void Nether Grasp does come out. Knock-up coming out. That is going to be a slow. Lisa getting kicked away. As that is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Mid laner for top laner. As giving Nick Zora the kind of comfort he needs to carry is definitely something that should not have let happen. This Nick Zora 406 on this Talia. As now we see it, and Wabajak goes for the engage onto this Jarvan here. Jarvan does get the flag drag over the wall. Does drop the W just to shield it out. But now Nick Zora gonna look to interrupt this, as that is going to be 4 members of Genesis that are going to be rotating onto this Herald. Floppy Pancake is quite low. Does not have the damage available. Gnar does get stunned with the knockup. Flash Gale, Flash Sword Drinker coming out. There's a massive Alistair knocker coming out as well. Featherstorm from Dracarys. But that is going to be the silence dropping on him as Dracarys takes down Groth and takes down Darkseid. But now Robot Girl is in a lot of danger. Knockback is flashed. And this game is very much turning into the favor of Genesis as they pick up a 2,000 gold lead. They do pick up the Rift Herald as well. Excellent flash, flag, and drag coming out from the Jarvan and the Gordran, giving it a little bit extra health just to sustain that fight. And then able to pick up more with the Triumph. But we see Pendragon looks for the engage here, but not able to get with the Hex Flash Mobies over the wall. So Alistair looking chill, looking relaxed, has a very similar playstyle to Pyke. And I think this is exactly why this is such an instrumental pick, and particularly because it has been buffed this patch. Very sure that is something that is should be picked or banned. Now Single Tracks is getting fought by Wabajaki here, but Single Tracks is not able to get away. Just not doing way too much damage. Does not have the flash available, and that will just be an easy solo bowler coming out from Gnar here, sitting on the Triforce and the Tarbai. Lee Sin does control what over. Does kick the Jarvan away. That is no kick available for this Lee Sin. That is a very crucial engage tool that is now missing. But Jarvan also has the Cataclysm coming up in 15 seconds. As Alice is about to walk into a bush. Does get rude, does get stunned. Not able to get any of the combos off. But now Talia does drop the Weaver's Wall onto them there. This is going to be a 3v4, 3v5 as Nah has made his way mid. So they will be giving up that dragon. They're not going to be contesting it. They will hand it over to Royalty. And I think Royalty right now, that's exactly what they need to play for. They need to make sure that they deny a lot of this engage. Alistair being very crucial in setting up that wombo combo for this Jarvan and for this Xayah. Now 8-2 and 7 on Xayah with a full Gale Force and Navori Quick Blade, but that is also a full Shield Bow Bork for Vanzor along with the Ninja Tabi pickup. But I think he will soon look to regret those Tabis with the Talia being 2 full items, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. As now Vanzor is going to try and chase down the Garen here, but there's going to be Varus ulti coming out onto him there. No one does drop the ulti as well. The Cataclysm is not able to come out. Single track, second tower, but there's going to be the flash coming out from Darkside. That is no longer a tower there. Vanzor trying to run away, but Talia picking up the kill onto him. Talia is just going to keep running him down. That is nowhere to go for that Norlis, and that is 6-0 and 9 on this Talia. And is keeping his team as much in the lead as possible. As Robot Girl, bit pushed up here, but they do spot McGrath. That's some knockup, but the kick will come out. McGrath looking to see if he could have maybe taken it, but was not very adamant on pushing that far forward. As Nick, Zora, Pendragon, and Dracarys will try and push out that top lane tower. Well, never mind, they're not going to be pushing that tower, they're going to be playing it safe. Lee Sin clearing up some of his Raptors. And I think this Lee Sin is going for a lot of it much tankier build. Let's pick up the Tabis, picks up 2 cloth armors. Just because the main source of damage she's dealing is AD, but I think they are all sleeping on this Talia. This Talia is very, very fed in terms of CS, as well as in terms of just items. It's going to be picking up that, looking to pick up that Rabadon's 3rd item. So now Wabajaki facing the wrath of a very fed Talia. And I think if we just take a look at the Talia, we can take a look at her runes. So that actually is going to be an engage happening in the top lane there onto single tracks by Lethan and Darkside. But nothing more will come of it. So Pendragon and Xayah are going to be top side. Vanzor going to be trying to push bot lane. Nick Zora has got the Rift Herald, so we'll be trying to push with it. But Pancake grabs the vision in the Baron pit. That is 4 members top lane for Baron. They do try and keep this Gnar occupied as long as possible. So that is now 3 members top side for Genesis. They do get the Q onto the Alistair. But Alistair, oh, massive flash Q! Lee Sin getting knocked away, but now Lee Sin does not have flash available. There is going to be a flash coming out from Jarvan. That is going to be the knockup. Lee Sin does have not have a ward, but that is just going to be a W to push. A knockup coming out to Vanzor. Gale Force coming forward from Dracarys. Now chasing down Vanzor really easy. Vanzor trying to cut out as much as he can, but is not going to be enough. Dracarys on a killing spree on this Xayah. 9-2 and 10. 7-0 and 10 on this Talia as well, as they are going to be starting up the Baron. Baron is going to go relatively quickly as they do have a lot of sustained damage, magic and physical, and now that's going to put them at a 2,000, just under a 1,400 gold lead on to Royalty. But right now, Robot Girl a little bit out of position, so nothing much more will happen there. But Godly Sin Penta is coming. Rather curious. We're gonna trust what you say here, not gonna trust that. It is actually look like he's opting for a very tank-orientated Lee Sin build. Has picked up the Warden's Mail. But right now I think Floppy Pancake is making good use of this Jarvan. Picked up the Death's Dance second item, so makes him very tanky on the engage. Able to soak up a little bit more damage before falling. But right now they are going to be setting up for the dragon. Is up in 40 seconds. There is a Scuttle Crab still up, so they do get spotted setting up. And in terms of vision right now, let's take a look. What do red side see? So red side have very little vision in the enemy jungle other than the top side. But then if we take a look at blue side, they've got plenty of vision in that river and in their own top side jungle, and then the skull crab for the dragon. But they just don't know where the rest of the team is, as Vanzor is trying to push out that top tower with the Nautilus. But they want to engage mid. They want to push this mid tower. They want to get it cracked open. But Vanzor and Nautilus are going to just be cracking over that top lane. Imagine having Baron but not T1 mid Keck W. I guess maybe the wave pressure from Robogirl has just been insane in terms of the wave clear. But I think also Talia has spent a lot of time roaming, but denying Goth that top lane, as there's going to be a Vanzor dropping the ulti, dropping the ignite, as that is going to be another kill going over to Vanzor as they take out that top tower. Vanzor is looking quite strong on this Varus. Here comes the Penta. Alright. Trusting the Penta. I trust you, Mr. Knot. Alrighty. Now Wawajaki is going to be clearing out some of Floppy's jungle here pretty freely. And then so is Robogirl taking that little red raptor. But I think in terms of avoiding the wombo, it is very easy for any member of Royal to get picked out. If Jarvan lands a good Cataclysm into Talia, knock up Xayah ulti, it becomes increasingly difficult as this Jarvan looking mid lane wants to push this out. And now they do commit 3 members to this mid lane tower. They are going to desperately defend it as Zigzora is bot lane. Does have the Weaver's Wall, so can roam mid at a moment's notice. And now Darkside looks for the engage. Does land onto Pancake here, but that is going to be the W knock away for Pendragon. Not going to be giving them any freebies this time around, as Talia is looking to roam mid. Does have the Weaver's Wall available. But that's going to be the flag drag in. Talia does drop the Ghost. So now they could be looking for some setup here. Garth looking for the Q. Does not land the Q as they're going to take down this mid tower relatively easily. Single tracks. Going to be just going in for some easy quick trades. But that is going to be a really good knocker coming out from Alistar. But that is going to be a suppression coming out onto Alistar. Oh my goodness. But that is going to be a shutdown going up to Vanzor as they shut down Nixora. A massive full feathers from Dracarys, doing a lot of damage to Darkside and Robogirl. They do get the engage again onto Dracarys once again. Lee Sin is in the back line. Does have the kick, does have the knockup, but that is going to be the Gale Force coming out. Flash from Dracarys. Kick coming out, barely surviving. Flash W coming out, and knockup coming out again. But now Goth getting onto that backline really easily. Quite a tanky boy. And just can't get this kill, this Lee Sin. It's too hard. As now Royalty built a 3,000 gold lead as Varus does get that shutdown onto the Talia. And the Jarvan also getting shut down. So now Single Tracks is going to have to defend this tower just while Pendragon is up. So we do see a TP coming in the back line from, well, TP coming in from Malzahar. Going to be dropping in just to try and push the waves in. Does land the Q, but Pendragon lands the knockup. But there is unfortunately not going to be any follow-up as Lisa does get out relatively quickly. Going for that Drake was a huge waste of Baron. I do want to say I do agree. I think maybe they were trying to prevent the dragon stacking, but at the same time they probably should have used it to push out the mid tower. So them not getting that mid tower until later on, and then a lot of summoners and ultimates being burnt just to try and get that tower was a little bit risky. And I think they just need to stick to playing for the combos, not playing for the side lanes. Lisa will walk out relatively carefree. And now that is a big top wave that is going to be available for someone to pick up. But we do see clearing out some wards. Wabajaki gonna just dropped, catch out Pendragon here. Being behind, that's what Royalty love. Their macros what always brings them back. I mean, that's exactly why this Lee Sin was picked up. Garth definitely knows how to set up for his team. Even picked up the Randuins. So it's just going to be just an all-around very tanky Lee Sin. Q does land onto probably Pancake. But that is going to be the ward Q. As Atalia does land a good stun onto Wabajaki. Wabajaki taking a lot of damage. That is a full Rabadon's death cap for this Talia. That is also a 4-item Varus. I haven't looked at the Varus for quite some time. Does have a full Bork. Does have a Bloodthirster, Shield Bow. and Gwinsu's. So he has got a lot of health. And I think anti-heal is way to go here. They definitely need anti-heal. God does land the Q on Desire. Desire does have to drop the Feather Storm. Dracarys is going to get hit by the Q. God does drop the Cataclysm. Massive knockup as the Lee Sin does get saved here. Nixora will slay God. But Nixora has to flash over the wall. Dracarys is too low to re-engage into the fight. But Vanzor is able to do a lot of damage. A single track goes in for the TP. Does take down this Malzahar and will be able to Q out. So that is a 2 for 2. Jungler for jungler and support for mid. But I think the one thing is that they need to not sleep on this Varus. This Varus is really strong. Hey, thank you so much for the Prime sub, Ekizcam or Cam. Thank you so much. I am very grateful. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Alright. As you see, Vanzor and Darkseid and Robjack are going to be starting this dragon, are going to pick up the 3rd dragon of the game. They are going to be 1 point off Soul. This is something that both teams have been very competitive over. And I think playing around the engage is what they need to do. We see Talia has also picked up the stopwatch, so is anticipating that this fight is going to be one of the deciding ones. And going to pairing that with the Zhonya's. Gonna try and get that one-shot burst, and then Zhonya's just trying to deny any burst from the opposing team. But dude, single tracks building mortal after the item has been completely changed is hilarious. I mean, I think he's maybe the armor pen might not be too bad for him personally, but I think also anti-heal is anti-heal, and at the end of the day, you can't really make a mistake. As Talia does get the knockup, massive amount of damage coming out to Garth, but also because he is a tank. Not a fighter. He is going to be looking for that engage rather than looking for that one shot. So far behind, he's going to spin once and die. I do think it is just the Garrett just wants to get that like last 1 or 2 spins off just to try and... Oh, Q does connect onto the Alistar. But they are playing heavily around this Baron. As Vanzor now building the Spirit Visage. It's just going full healing Varus. Full, that is a lot of healing, and I think anti-heal needs to be picked up soon. But with Garen being the only one that has it, that Varus is just going to sit back and auto-attack for free. Yeah, but he's following the cookie cutter build after that item doesn't do what it was normally. Yeah, so I think maybe even the Thornmail might have also been the better bet, would have given him the more tanky stats. But they are trying to set up for this Baron. 4 members looking topside for Baron. The Garen is bot, just holding in that super minion wave. Garen only has TB up in a minute and a half, but that is going to be the Baron setup. Garth does drop a ward over, and then we see Flag does give a vision. As it does, oh, they land onto this Varus. Varus is caught out. Let's get a massive knockup. Vanzo having to flash over the wall, but that is going to be a massive Feather Storm. So Pancake is taken out. Nick Zora doing a lot of damage to the back line. But it is not enough. That Varus being left freely to auto and is now unstoppable. Talia does have the Ghost Q, does go wide, does drop the E. It's not going to be able to knock them back in time. As that is going to be a very dead Talia. As that is likely going to be GG. That is a 3-kill Varus in that fight. And I just think at this point it is very difficult for Genesis to pick up anything here. So Garth looking for that setup, picking up that really good engage, peeling for his AD carry. And I think Genesis not prioritizing the anti-heal has been one of the ways which they just can't kill this Varus. He has got so much, I'd rather give it to Wabba. I mean, Wabba has got, like, they've got a really good engage with Wabjaki as well as Garen. Gonna look to stop backs, will not stop any backs. Garen trying to stop at least one back, will stop Vanzor's, but Vanzor will eat through him and slice through him like butter, as that is going to be a flash from Garen. Trying to desperately get onto him there. That is going to be a silence. There is no Cataclysm available. Cataclysm Barrett. Vanzor is now legendary. Cataclysm coming out onto Vanzor. Vanzor taking a lot of damage. Anti-heal is on him, and that will be the shutdown going over to Drakari 17. So that is now a big shutdown going over to Drakari's once again. As now Garth and Wabajaki are starting up this Baron. It is going to be quite a slow one, as that is just a full tank Lee Sin. As we see is now 3 members on there. Alistar looking for the leap over the wall, does get the leap over the wall. Does get the triple knockup. Dracarys is gonna kind of back, but does get hit with the void nether grass. Dracarys get the massive pullback, taking down this Malzahar. Pendragon is just dueling two people at the moment, trying to keep Groth and Wabajaki, but is not able to peel enough for Dracarys. Dracarys dropping the cleanse as well. Will get kicked over the wall, and the key will come out from Garth there, taking him down. That is now a TV coming out from Single Tracks. Single Tracks is desperate, just trying to get at least one kill there. But Single Tracks just can't do anything. He is just too weak. Did not get the lead he wanted.
Blue team double kill.
And I think with the only anti-heal being on this Garen, it has just become increasingly difficult for them to kill this Varus. Now we see the Jarvan is going to be looking to pick up the Bramble Vest, is building towards that. But Jarvan's going to have to defend the base. Jarvan cannot go and compete for this Baron, so that is going to be a free Baron going over to Royalty here. And that will further put them more in the lead, as now the gold goes to 7,000, 6,000 gold lead for them. Don't think they're losing because of anti-heal, but it would help a lot. Like, I think anti-heal is one of the crucial things which they are suffering from. Like, the Varus items are just absolutely insane. Like, the Varus picking up the Spirit Visage is going to be healing a lot. Gets a lot of more gets resistances for this Talia, and Royalty looking more composed and played together. So we do see Lee Sin is just going to be hopping over that. It's going to be the Cataclysm. Lee Sin does hop over the wall. Alistair is stuck in the back line. Dracarys is getting autos off, but that is going to be a stun onto Wabajaki. Floppy does land the flag and drag onto Wabajaki, and that is going to be a shutdown going over to Dracarys. And they're going to be running this down. There's going to be a teleport coming out from Malzahar. Malzahar does use the other grass onto Nixora, but Nixora cannot get taken down here, as now Grath and Vanzor are the only two people left alive. It is a 5v2, and there is going to be an objective bounty picked up there for Genesis, but their base being taken down by Supers. Vanzor is going to be able to kite this out super easily. Okay, I curse them. Okay, Dracarys. Oop, little bit of BM coming out there, but we do see Flag and Drag does that on the knees and does kick the Dracarys away. Dracarys does use the Gale Force, and there's going to be a shutdown going into the Garrett, dropping the Demacian Justice. And now that is the gold being evened out. There's only about 3,000 gold separating these two teams. So, Era are definitely knowing how to punish these mistakes. But I do think also this Jarvan needs to stop ulting the Lee Sin. Lee Sin can get out fairly easily of the Cataclysm as long as someone is nearby. But no objectives now though. Yeah, like there's no objectives up that they can really do. They can only just realistically just push waves. Seven Drags pushing mid. We got Wabajaki looking here to answer it along with Darkside. Okay, who has Last Whisper? So Last Whisper is on the Xayah. So Xayah does have the Mortal Reminder, which gives the Last Whisper, which I did, and as well as anti-heal. So now that is probably why the fight has been turning around into their favor. So with that Mortal Reminder pickup, they do notice a significant change in the team fight now that the Varus cannot just sit back and heal for free. As Wabajaki is going to look to try and yoink away this red buff, but will actually rather not go for it. So that is 3 dragons for 3 dragons. That is Baron up in 3 minutes. Mortal Health is saying it changed the fight is mental, in your opinion. I just think it just makes it a little bit easier to get the anti-heal down, so Varus doesn't heal nearly as much. But Pendragon is in the middle of 5 people, does get a flash from Pendragon. But that is going to be him taken down, unfortunately. And then we see that Norla's going for the knockup, does land the dredge line. But Bugging not able to get the ulti off. That is going to be the Feather Storm coming out from the Xayah. Xayah gets kicked away. Q does land. Just going to have to kite this back as much as they can. Oh, Ali, now that Ali is just stake in these team fights. No. Was it after the fight? Oof, no feathers. So now it is the Xayah does not have the safety of the Feather Storm anymore. Natalia does have the full combo, but this is 4 members versus 3. As that Pendragon's only up in 10 seconds, Bloodpun getting up in 24. So you can see the knockback coming out. Single Tracks just gives a little bit of anti-heal, a little bit of damage down, but just phase rushes out of there. And this next team, but very likely can decide this game, as they got bot waves pushing, but the top wave is going to need to be cleared out by this Talia. Lee Sin is taken low, and again playing tank Lee Sin. I guess a lot of Lee Sins, you're not really relying on damage as you get late into the game. You are going to be playing for more for the engage, and then getting that kick off. So now Vanzor does drop the ulti onto Alistair. Alistair does not have the ultimate available. There's going to be a knockup. Does get the ulti. Talia getting the massive knockup. Draws into the back line. Nuxie Drake does drop the flash. And it's going to be a takedown for Dracarys there. Massive ulti coming out from the Gnar, but there's going to be the Cataclysm coming out onto him there. Wabajaki is in the back line. And this does look like it is going to be favorable for Royalty, as Vanzor was left unchecked once again. Picked up the Lord Dominix, was able to shred through that back line. And with this extra push, with those two very low inhib towers, that is going to be game 1 going over to Royalty. So we get the little bit of the nod, like the nod dance in the end. So we do see a lot of damage came out from the Xayah, a lot of damage came out from this Talia, but it was just unfortunately not enough. Vanzor doing too much on this Varus was left unchecked in a lot of these team fights. They weren't able to get on him in time. So hopefully we will be able to see what Genesis could pull out in the second game. There's always a lot. They have a lot of potential to play this aggressively, and I think Royalty did not expect it, but they should not be giving Vanzor this kind of laning power, and again, should not be giving Wabajaki his Gnar. He was able to take that Garen out of the game entirely. Only had 2 items, the Gnar had 4, so gonna have to reassess their team comp for this next coming game. But as the prediction dictates, it will be choosing the outcome. It will be going to Royalty for game 1. Mortar was built on Garen second because it was the cheapest Zeal item, and game utility, anti-heal, and attack speed made Garen E better. But item makes no sense now, so it's not. It doesn't have the Zeal, doesn't give him the attack speed anymore. So I do understand now why it should not be being played. So I'm just gonna have to drop a message to peeps. All right, so we does look like we are gonna get game 2, so hopefully we can get that set up really quickly. Just waiting for any confirmation from any of the players when game 2 is going to start, but I'm gonna have to chat with particular peeps, so let's go with all right, so that is going to be taken into the next game. We are going to be hopping into game relatively quickly, as they have got everything set up. Just switching sides for now. So while we do that, we are going to take a small break while they do the setup. So I will see you all shortly.
You're paralyzed, afraid to take the leap. Right now you can't see the path before you. The horizon is out of reach, but you're paralyzed, afraid to take the leap. These chains go stronger with time. Things are broken. You're not alone in this fight. Trapped inside these shells, the best version of ourselves is waiting to escape this. You're 100 feet above the ocean, and the water is all you need. But you're paralyzed, afraid to take the leap. Right now you can't see the path before you. The horizon is out of reach, but you're paralyzed, afraid to take the leap. The only way to survive this life is to take the leap. The only way to survive this life is to take the leap. You're 100 feet above the ocean, and the water is all you need. But you're paralyzed, afraid to take the leap. Right now you can't see the path before you. The horizon is out of reach, but you're paralyzed, afraid to take the leap. The only way to survive this life is to take the leap. The only way to survive this life is to take the leap. Is that all you've got to say? 'Cause this is not another game, not one that you wanna play. Step by step, by step, death walks through your grave. Is that all you've got to say? 'Cause this is not another game, not one that you wanna play. Step by step, by step, death walks through your grave. There's no one left who can play.
Alright, we have made our return here. As you know, we are getting ready to hop into game 2 of this series. Excuse me, by the way. My goodness. That was a big one. As we're now going to be seeing what is going to be the bans. Are they going to be the same bans, or are they going to take away any picks that they were bothered by? Very unlikely that the same pick, like one of the many same picks will go through, as that Talia looked like it was an absolute nightmare, but that is going to be the Zac taken away from Floppy Pancake once again. Do not want to see that Zac again. on this first stage. Just ban the Varus. I mean, I do think that that might be the priority ban here. As of now, it's going to be the Maokai taken away from Garth. So now Garth does not have that engage Maokai once again. I do believe there is also a big nerf coming to Demonic Embrace junglers next patch. Correct me if I am wrong, not. I don't know. But now Demonic does a flat 40 damage to jungle camp, so just going to make it, it's not a rushable item anymore. As now that is going to be the Pike taken away from Pendragon. Again, they do not want to give him the Pike being one of his most instrumental picks. And it does not look too bad on the Alistar either, but then that is going to be the Vi taken away. Just rush Leandri. I mean, they're just gonna have to nerf all the burn items till eventually we stop rushing them. But there's going to be the Lilia ban for Floppy Pancake. Dude, like the target Floppy Pancake here. So, then that is going to actually be the Rakan banned away. So Varus does make it through once again. And I do feel they might just prior pick this Varus again. Unless Dracarys does have an answer for it. As that is going to be the Varus pickup for Banzor. So giving Banzor Varus might be a small mistake, as Mr. Knott has indicated. And now what do Genesis have in response? Are they going to pick the same comp and just run it again? Or are they going to pick out something that is going to be able to do a lot more damage to this Varus? Poor Banzor is on the Varus train again. I mean, he does look like he's enjoying it quite a bit, so I don't blame him really. And it looked very, very strong as well in that last fight. So, XD asked him after the game, oh, then maybe I'll pull him in for an interview. Maybe I could do that. He really is just being put on Varus duty. So that is going to be the Syndra pickup. And from what I collect, VS Banzor interview. Yeah, I'll pull up a Banzor interview if we can. But it will be a bit of a push for time, as there is another game that is starting at 10:15. But because the game was started a bit late, I'm going to be catching that game in the middle. So we will be doing the small interview with Banzor, and then we'll probably hop over into the Shadow Origin versus Sheepi's team. So there's the Ivern, but it's not going to be the Ivern. It's going to be the Sejuani for Garth, who plays past 10. Varus duty or winner's queue? I mean, I don't know, Chunky. You're gonna have to ask Banzor himself when he comes on. But so people are playing past 10 because it's load shedding and because they have to get these games done. It is gonna be Shadow Origin up against Sheepi's team, and well, definitely Sheepi's team. So they're gonna be playing together for their final spot. It is one of the first teams that will go to the finals for Open Division. Yeah, we'll just get Extruders somewhere after the first item. Cool, stay to watch that. Yeah, last night we also had a very long stream. Went until like 10 to 12. It was rather intense. We're jumping between two different series. But we see that it's going to be the Vex now coming up for Peanut. Peanut does like the Vex. I like the Kaiser pick here, or Trist. But that is going to be the Fiora actually picked up for single tracks. He's sick and tired of being put on the Garen. He wants to play one of his aggressive top laners, so giving the Fiora is going to be quite an instrumental pick for them. Genesis doesn't pick Xayah here. If Genesis doesn't pick Xayah here, it is GG. Yeah, I think it could be the Xayah, as they do ban the Rakan. But from what I am collecting, is that Syndra. This is from insider information. That Syndra is a flex pick. That is a flex pick between Dracarys and Nick Zora. They like bringing this. They could even be bringing this Syndra into the bot lane here. Vayne cleanse angle. I mean, for sure if they do want to run the Vayne. But that is going to be the Xayah ban. Vex, Sedge, Varus will kill any and every ADC in the game except Xayah, no? Wait, they blind picked Fiora. Oh no. I mean, Fiora could just end up going up against one of her worst matchups, and I think Wabajak does have a lot of answers for the Fiora. as that is going to be Leona taken away from Darkseid. Trying to get a lot of that engaged, but right now, draft-wise, looking very favorable for Royalty here. Got plenty of engage. And I think they knew exactly that the Xayah would only be the only pick that'd be able to survive this sort of thing. As what are we going to see potentially hover here? This will kind of secure where the Syndra is going. But I don't think they expected this kind of team comp when locking in the Syndra. So that Syndra might not actually end up being flexed, but it might be picked up mid by Nixora. As we're reaching the last pick here. And it is going to be the Alistair. The Swain, never mind. It's going to be the Swain pickup for the support. That is going to be Swain for Pendragon. Did not opt for the Alistair this time around. As they got a lot of ability power, a lot of possibility for one shot there. But it looks like they could be possibly playing through side lanes. Especially with that Fiora available. Nah, boys, nah. And then that is now Wabajak picking the Darius as the answer to the Fiora. And then the Karma is going to be hovered by who's going to kill Sejuani. As in that is going to be Darkseid hovering a collection of champions. It's going to be sitting on this Ashe here. Wait, Peanut is playing. Happy to see he's still alive. Why? What happened? Do you think he was dead? I mean, I did see you were also invited to the lobby and you might have subbed for him. But glad to see he's okay. I see he's alive and playing. So that is going to be Ashe, Varus bot lane. They are going to go for a lot more poke in this bot side. I think this last pick will kind of utilize, will help us figure out where that is going. Syndra's going to be going. So that is going to be the Jinx hover. And now that is the Jhin pick up with your carries. That is not if that Syndra no longer gets flexed into bot lane. That is going to be the Syndra for Nixora. He hurt me bad. Peanut Vex is my nightmares, not gonna lie, he hurt me bad. I mean, it's just that ball lane has got a lot of poke potential, and I think Peanut with his Vex is gonna be quite... Jhin versus Sejuani. Jhin may have not been the call, I don't know, at least from my personal experience, because that is a very tanky Sejuani, very tanky Darius. So, Fiora is just gonna... Is Jhin not the tech here? I can't. Biggest dropout I've seen in 2023. Jeez, you're doing the boys dirty here. So I will be doing the predictions. This will be the prediction for game 2. So who's gonna win game 1? 2. Start prediction. Got it. Yeah, so I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. So 100%. You didn't see our draft game game 1 last night, XD. Oh, that was a funny draft. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know, maybe the Fiora will snowball or they'll just int into Jhin. I'd like to pick King Kite, Kalista support over this. Oh my goodness. In my solo queue, and then Mr. Not, don't take our W away. Don't take the W away. Let Lesnick relish in his victory, Not. You don't want to make this man too sad. You've already made him sad to begin with. But if Royalty are to take this game here, they will go on forward to face ATK in that winner's bracket. So that means only one of those two teams will be going through to the finals. And then if they do take the loss here, that is going to be another ever civil war between Genesis and Lost Time. And that will be the deciding team on who progresses and who could possibly make it through to the finals. I gave counter picks to all 3 lanes, literally. We'll see in grand finals the 100%. Well, curious to see how Mr. Not... Oof, so we got a bit of cockiness from the snack there. Do you think you guys are going to take down Genesis and not lose to them? Or you're not going to let that happen this time, the snack? But draft-wise, I have to agree with what chat is putting on there. It is a very much favored into Royalty. They got counter picks in every single lane. Darius got counter picked into the Fiora. Sejuani got counter picked into the Jarvan. Vex picked into the Syndra. Varus into Jhin. Which is Origins, my dark horse favor. Mr. We see you in finals, sucker. Origins, my dark horse favor. Well, Origins gonna be playing after this, and they win, they go into the finals. And I think Aeon are gonna be playing tonight as well, as their game started a bit earlier, so we can maybe check up on how their game has been going. Wait, but Syndra is decent into Vex. I mean, I'd imagine like it's like I don't really play too much in the mid lane. I can't really say I understand too much on like the particular matchups where Vex or Syndra would win. I know Syndra favors that extra range, but Vex also can deny that a lot of damage coming out from the Jarvan. But then Fiora can do okay into Darius, but at least from what Single Tracks has told me, he does like fighting the Darius, and I think also he is a Darius main at heart, so can't blame him for that. Syndra is decent against Vex after Evolution of Orbs. 70% win rate mid main Syndra. Yeah, so we are going to be taken immediate into game. That is a very quick load in. So now objective timers, that is going to be time controls, and then do the thing. So now we are going into game 2 between these two teams. Genesis are a game down, and they are going to be playing from behind in this game. There are a lot rests on the line here for them. If they win this, they will face 80k. If they win this, they will go into the third game tiebreaker. And if they win that too, they go up against 80k. But if Royalty take this, they will meet 80k in the winners bracket play-ins. So Fiora is decent after 6 items. I mean, you still got to get there. I mean, you still got to get there. I think it can be pretty difficult. So we can just take a look at some of the runes that are going to be picked up. So it does go for the cheap shot and the ultimate hunter on the Sejuani. Did go for the fleet footwork actually on this Darius. Then we have the electrocute, taste the blood, ultimate hunter, transcendence, and mana flow for the Vex. We have got then the Varus picking up Hail of Blaze, taste the blood, treasure hunter, free boots, and biscuits. So he's going to be for more of a poke orientated build. We look at Fiora here. Fiora does go for the Conqueror, demolish. So he's looking to play in the side lanes. Floppy Pancake does go for the Conqueror, does pick up the attack speed rather than tenacity. Triumph, free boots, and 5 extra CDR. So it doesn't really affect him too much. Very common jungle build. A lot of bruiser jungle fighters do go this build. Nick Zora picking up the first strike. Does also have mana flow bad and transcendence, so he's going to be looking to scale up quite nicely. Also has the minion dematerializer for that. And then Dracarys that offer the fleet footwork, but he's going to actually have to burn the flash, as both Darkseid and Vanzor are utilizing this Hail of Blades and poking out the Jhin and the Swain very easily. But now with Wabajaki on rather running the fleet footwork, will not have as much sustain fighting this Fiora, but rather lane sustain will be a lot more decent for him. So, who do you think one draft? If both junglers are pathing bot, if Sway misses never move, it's GG. Now I think Single Tracks does drop the parry onto Wabajaki, but takes a lot of damage there. We see Jarvan is looking to path bot side now. Dracarys and Pendragon are about half HP, but we do see that is going to be Floppy walking around. Pendragon and Dracarys stuck under their tower. But now Floppy Pancake will encounter Grath here. And does not look like they're going to be any further commits there. Fiora, lands a really good stun. Does land the Vitals and actually waiting for the Conqueror rather than the Grass. As Fiora does go for the excellent Q and Ignite. And that is going to be a solo kill coming out for Single Tracks as he picks up first blood, but will be traded as the Darius bleed does take him down. But now Sejuani is invading Floppy here, but knows that he can because those Pendragon and Dracarys are quite low, but Goth will not go for the blue buff. As it's just a lot of poke coming out onto Dracarys. A lot of poke coming out of Pendragon too, as Scatter the Weak does do a lot of damage to Peanut. But then, especially alongside this first strike, so Syndra is, so there's going to be another invade coming out on Flow Pancake. Goth will take the blue buff. Syndra is going to back him up, but is not able to assist him in time, and so Syndra takes away that blue buff relatively freely. Single Tracks does that. It's a double Sheen, so 2 Sheens between the two here. While making it spicy, legit. Only thing that shouldn't happen. CS gap though may be worth actually. Oh, so Vanzo goes for the flash. Flash under tower. Jin lands the root, and that is going to be a trade kill. That is going to be the Varus flash forward, but Jin also will pick up that kill there. Very, very well done coming out from this Joseph Butler, able to turn it around. Jump does not add the apprehend, so this does give the Fiora a bit more time to go for the vitals, but will not continue further. Now with Wawajaki having fleet footwork, as I have said, not going to be running the Conqueror, so it's going to be heavily relying on just sustaining in lane rather than looking to permanently fight the Fiora. But Fiora now can look for the vitals. The apprehend does land. Does not have the parry available. Or does the parry available, does land the vital. And that is going to be a solo kill for Aero Single Tracks onto the Darius. But this time it is a 1-for-0. So perks to the Fiora. Playing that really, really smoothly, really elegantly. Darius not able to utilize much of this fleet footwork in this lane. So, Single Tracks definitely getting a little bit of revenge for that first game. Was not happy how Wabajaki treated him. So, he's kind of fighting fire with fire here. As now we see an invade coming out from the Sejuani. But there's nothing there to take. As now Jarvan has just since cleared his full top side. It's going to be hovering top now against this Darius. As do know that this Darius is going to be a little bit tilted. Does land the apprehend. Does land the slow. Fiora does have the grand challenge. As there's going to be a flash knocker coming out from Single Tracks here. But there's going to be a shutdown for Darius and a shutdown for Vex. As Peanut read that gank like a book. Able to get the roam, able to pick up that kill. And now even things out for that top lane. But Pendragon and Dracarys are not having a fun time down here. This Varus and Ashe combo is just too much poke. It is just too scary to deal with. Scatter the Weak does not land. Peanut going in for some early trades. Oh! Doing a lot of damage to the Syndra. As now you see Darkseid and Varus going for the poke early game, but Vanzo going for that early roam, picked up the kill. Not Vanzo, Peanut going for the early roam. Vanzo getting hit by the full combo of the Pendragon Dracarys wombo, but does not take as much damage as expected. So now Fiora and Darius are somewhat even. Darius picking up the attack speed, but Dracarys does not have the heal, has the cleanse, but so Pendragon will fall as Vex does go for the flash Q. But that is going to be a response flash from Nick Zora. As bot lane needs to be having a bit of a rough time down here. This poke bot lane is just very difficult for Jin to play. Jin has to play from very, very far away. And now Blood Pancake is just going to hang around just to try and allow the Jin to pick up some volume without taking too much poke. And now Vanzor will spot Floppy here. And it's going to go bother Floppy. Chris glazes his eyes off the plays as Vanzor goes for trade onto Floppy. But we'll just walk it out. Babajaki can now freeze the wave and hold the wave where he wants to against this Fiora. As now Fiora won't look to go for any aggressive trades, particularly now that the guys can just walk away with a fleet footwork plus the Heartsteel Axe combo. Gives him a little bit more movement speed. Makes it very hard for him to play as a top lane. But the vitals are not in favor of single tracks today, unfortunately. But Dracarys and Pendragon taking a lot of poke once again. Blummelon, thank you so much for the follow. And you see Teddy Help, you see the emotes here. But Fiora going for the solo kill and will pick up the kill onto Wabadaki. As this top lane is just bloodthirsty. These both top laners just want to fight. They just want kills. And I think with this lane, Canon is also very much indicated who is strong and who is not, as is Newland never move into the root, but that is going to be the dragon coming up, as that is going to be a flash from Dracarys. Dracarys does not have the cleanse, does have the flash away. Never move does land, tries to burst down Royal Vanzor, but Vanzor does get healed. And nothing much happens. The Cataclysm coming out, they do know Vex has no flash, and that is going to be a very easy kill coming out for Syndra. So now Vanzor and Darkside are quite low. They are not going to commit anything further, but red side, give up the Herald. I'm going to drop the Herald mid, just going to give Nixor a little bit more of that hard engage, as Sejuani hops over the wall. Guy of the week, just doing his thing. But now top lane right now is sitting on a knife's edge, particularly on what these two champions are building. So one's with the Triforce, one's going for the Divine. Both on the lot 3 core items, so they're just going to be looking for that back to buy that crucial core mythic, and then that very much decides how the lane goes. So Darius also does not run the Ghost and is not running the Ignite either. Is running the TP, so playing a much more defensive Darius build, so I think that is exactly why Flora is not as afraid to walk up. But now Floppy is topside, does not have the Cataclysm available, and will get spotted out on that ward. But actually, there is no ward. They do not spot Floppy. Did not know that Floppy is there. Flora just keeps freezing that wave. But they got a control ward in that main bush, but Blood Pancake will just back off. Dracarys and Pendragon forced to play from pretty much the other side of the map. As there's a bit of respect here. This Fiora not letting the Darius walk up as does not favor him, but now the Ashe being uber annoying now, clearing out all this vision, clearing out all these traps, is just single track. Isn't grass better on Fiora? I believe it can be, but I think he knows in this case that he might be going for longer trades, and I think the longer trade as Unleash Power coming out onto the Vex, but Vex barely living on like about just under 100 HP. The Peanut might be forced to reset here as Syndra can just push his way forward, but we see there's a bit of it. It's a gang coming out from Groth into bot lane. Will take down Pendragon. But now single tracks just for the strong early. Yeah, I do understand that as well, and I think a lot of people are just with the Groth. I think it's a lot more 1v9 potential. Like the healing becomes really good into the late game, and rather this flash scout of the week coming from Nixor and will take down Peanut, but unfortunately it's gonna have to play through their side lanes here. So now single tracks rather than off of the grass, because I think a lot of the time Varus always does come out. Ashe does get the slow off. Cataclysm coming out as well. Flash coming out as from them there. Jhin not able to get that 4th shot. Does not have the flash. Gonna heal but take a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough, as that is a double kill for Vanzor on the ball. And there's a 5-1 and 3 Varus. That is a 3-0 and 4 Ashe. We got this bot lane looking rather scary, but they're gonna be playing through much more of the side lanes. As Teddy Hulk gives me the hydrate. Oh gosh, I just finished my water, man. Hard bot gap. Jhin is a champion, trust. I mean, sometimes he is, sometimes he isn't. As a Jhin player, I can safely say that sometimes he does not feel like a champion. You're a guy have to breathe. I mean, like, breathing is kind of necessary to survive and whatnot, but I do think they're going to have to play through these side lanes. They're not going to be playing through much, where Royalty are going to look to rather play through this bot lane, as Jhin is only sitting just on the pickaxe Noon Quiver, as Goth is making his way bot lane now, and that is going to be the Glacial Prism, but it will get cleansed out by Dracarys. Dracarys does save, cleanse that, but takes a lot of... Ooh! That is a lot of damage coming out from Vanzor onto this Swain. As we do see, there's going to be a bit of a fight happening onto Wawajaki. Does not get the Q off, but Pendragon having to get away, but there's going to be a flash from Groth. And I think Groth is having a very good time right now on the stage. I swear even Samira would have been better. But the Swain's not... I swear even... Yes, it's like... Yeah, Varus doing good for Vanzor. I mean, that's whenever I see him play, it's always Vanzor. The team that I've seen him that gets Varus banned is when ATK play against him. They are the team that ban away the Varus, or they have a counter pick for it. But it just seems like they thought they had the answer for the Varus with this long range Jhin, but it's unfortunately not enough. This Varus can also play from afar, and they are sitting at a 5,000 gold lead. And they will pick up the dragon very easy. That is a full mana immune. Well, not a fully stacked one, but it's a mana immune and a Yomu's coming out for Varus here to Jin's Noon Quiver pickaxe. Fiora going for the grand challenge and will take down Wabajaki for a solo kill in the top lane. The Divine Sunderer coming in clutch over the Darius. So Fiora gonna be the point of carry for Genesis right now, while Syndra as well being quite strong. Ash Arrow does land. Vex does land. The old Sejuani does land the Glacial Prism, but Jarvan is there to save the day. Unleashed Power comes out onto Vex. Vex does fall. Cataclysm coming out once again. And that will be Floppy picking up Groth, and then the Swain picking up the kill onto Peanut. As that is a very good turn on the Ash R from Genesis, yeah? Swain support is hyper-specific counter pick with enemy is certain range. Varus, Ash, too much range. Is low damage amount to enemy team. So if you can survive pick it blind, not as a flex, shows a misunderstanding in my opinion. Yeah, so I do get that, like the Swain is very much just an optional counter pick, but I do think they maybe didn't want to prioritize the Alistar, so Darius is going to pick up, try and fight the Swain here. Not the Swain, the Jarvan, sorry. Swain drops the little W. There's a Swain opting for the Leandri's build over the Proteon build, which I believe is a good tanky front line, and I think because they lack a bit of a front line, the Proteon build would have been quite useful. But now, Floppy Pancake gonna be happily just clearing out his jungle, but gonna be playing around his Syndra and playing around his Fiora, as Jhin and Swain just gonna try and farm it out as much as they can. Pendragon going to look for the roams, but Groth is here. Or Goth is here. Scare the Weak does not land. Ash just going to be the annoying nuisance that she is and just poking away. I agree. No, go tank here. Like, I think going the Leandri's might be useful if you're ahead as a Swain, but if you're behind, I think the best bet is to go a bit more of a tankier build. Goth is going to be jumping over the top lane. The Ash Arrow does come out. They do take down Pendragon. The Vex also does land onto Nixor. Nixor flashing under tower. Does get hit with the Unleashed Power. Will not take down Vanzor. No, will not take down Peanut. As now Floppy Pancake and Tracks are going to be trying to get this top lane tower pushed out. Trying to get their side lanes nice and strong. But Jacaris can't really do much. This Varus will just poke him out. Varus is just doing way too much damage with this poke. They picked a bit of bot lane and this game was in the bag, but also, yes, ban Varus over the Rakan. I think maybe if they were planning to play the Xayah Rakan again, maybe Pendragon should have picked the Rakan, but I don't think he plays too much of the Rakan. So, that unfortunately, I don't know how well that would have necessarily gone. But now Varus is just poking them down here. It's just very much in favor of Varus in terms of that range. Now, with the gold lead, it is only sitting at about 2,000 now due to 2 towers being picked up by Fiora. So Fiora and Syndra are quite strong. Syndra is working towards the Seraph's Embrace while the Fiora is looking to build towards... Ash Arrow coming out, does go wide, does destroy Pancake. Varus does land the ulti, does land the poke. The Cataclysm coming out onto Vanzor. Flag and drag out of the team fight as shut down from Swain onto this Varus. The curtain call is open. Darkseid taking a lot of damage. The Glacial Prism comes out onto the VR, but that will be a shutdown for Single Tracks. As Single Tracks now is going to look for the reset, does pick up the shutdown. There is no dragon available. And Darius is just going to be freely pushing out that top side. Will likely get this tower very easily. Knew he was going to be maybe sitting as a split pusher as why I opt for the Triforce over the Stride Breaker. So I think if they know what their win condition is, they know that their win condition has to be... Floppy Pancake has to be able to land the Cataclysm. Nick Zora got to be able to sit in the back line, got to scale up, pick up those items, get to this point where she can one-shot the carries. And then finally, single track, sitting in that side lane, making it very hard for anyone in the side lane to really contest him, as the Darius can't really do it, as the Ashe ulti does come out, but will not do too much about that. Sandal error, this deck, error. Alright, so God does miss the Q. Flag and drag just to get out. Banzor does, they do get by the double never move. A massive deadly flourish coming out, hitting for the double stun. That is a very low dark side and just over half health Vanzor. As single tracks sitting in this top lane. Gonna be playing very much for that split push, as Darius gonna be finding it very hard to duel him. Alright, so Floppy Pancake does go back, does land onto the Vex. Vex does get rooted, does get taken by the Nick Zora, does not even need to use the Unleashed Power. But that is going to be a dead Jarvan, as Nick Zora does get stunned on. That is going to be a TP coming out from Wabajaki. Really well executed teleport from him. The never move does land. Deadly Flourish coming out. They're trying to just trade a bit of damage there. But Fiora is just sitting in that top lane. Oh gosh.
Blue team's turret.
That is the team fight. That is the team fight tool, actually. So I should do that for when they're big team fights, actually, now that I think about it. So we do see it is just going to be a single track actually getting the solo kill in the top lane. But then Varus actually gets the trade on him there. So blue team will pick up their third dragon. That TP cost them an inhib, not worth. Well, the Varus was actually not able to get the inhib in time. I mean, not the Varus, the Fiora was not able to get the inhib, as they were able to back it off pretty easily. So very interesting there, but now the Fiora does have the two items. It's going to be a side lane menace. As wards are cleared out. I don't see how Genesis can win, sadly. I think they could try play through side lanes with the Syndra and the Fiora just while Jhin is able to farm, but Banzor is just looking really strong on this Varus. He's got 3 items. He's almost got a fully stacked Manamune with the Eclipse as well. So anyone who gets by Varus R plus his WQ is gonna die, regardless how much armor you do have. And unfortunately, that is not a lot of people. In fact, no only person with armor is actually just the Swain. As Vanzor is just going to be able to get those one shots there, and then Garth taking away the Raptor camp from Floppy Pancake. A lot of damage. Ashe Arrow does come out, does hit Floppy Pancake. As Sejuani does flash forward, does get the Gage Prism, and that is a dead Jarvan. Vex does drop the ulti, does hit the Jhin, but does not opt to go for the jump, as they do get this Baron relatively free. While Fiora is just going to be sitting in the side lane, pushing as much as he can. But for the rest of it, they are just going to be able to... So now there is no possibility. Jhin is going to look for the steal, but they're just going to be body blocking pretty easily. No, Scatter of the Week is going to come out. Not going to do a lot of damage. Does get blocked away as well. As Swain! Swain steals Baron! Swain stole the Baron with the W. Absolutely insane. Scatter of the Week coming out. Ashe does drop the ulti. They will take down the Ashe there. Banzor does get flashed by Jhin, and Jhin picks up the kill. Fiora sitting in the side lane fighting 2 people. They stole Baron. Parry coming out from single tracks. Very good parry coming out there. Does not have the full Conqueror stacks. But it's just, I guess I don't know shit. Sandra is gaming. So it is indeed the Sandra gaming. And it is, I want to say, we're just going to look at Pendragon. Goes for the W steal there and lands the steal very easily. As I think that may have been a forced smite from Garth, and he did just miss it. So now that does put Genesis in the lead, actually. Their side lanes are strong. Jarvan just knows how to get the setup, playing for the steals. Yeah, so like they're just playing for the steals, like not spot on there. Like as long as they go for the steals, Syndra and the Fiora sit in side lanes, they just pick up bomb. It is going to be very easy for them to go for big setup. But now we also see Jarvan did opt for the anti-heal very early on. Like Notch also predicted that they would, like the Jarvan would opt for the anti-heal early on. So Wabajaki cannot really contest that Syndra. Syndra has a lot of lane pressure. And now it's going to Fiora needs to check mana bar though. I'm not sure what I'm getting what you mean by saying that. You mean just like because she used a lot of mana? So maybe we're might want to look to give her the blue buff just so she can spam her Q. And kind of be that brainless Divine Thunderer Q spam Fiora. But the only thing, could have 2v1 there. She had no mana for the 2v1. Yeah, if there was mana there, she would have easily been able to take down. But then the Ashe also does come out. Nixor does get hit by the Fraser Prism. Seraph's just not doing enough as they do opt for the 3-man burst. That is 3 ultis down. But they do take down the burst from the Syndra. Fiora is sitting in that top lane, is playing aggressively. Vex having to look for the reset. But now this is going to be a 3v3 as Pendrake does get by the Q. There is no Gation Prism. The Dragon Drake does land. Does go for the Cataclysm onto 5 members. That is going to be a Gale Force flash from Dracarys. Will take down Vanzor. Now Fiora is sitting in the top lane 1v2ing. But not able to get the kill there. Darkseid does not get by the final curtain call. Godfall does get dodged and will fall to Floppy Pancake. So all in all, very, very worth as there's 3 members of royalty are dead. And and now Nixor is just going to be respawning. So very, very worth for Genesis as they are looking rather dominant in game 2. She can win that if she commits and procs all vitals. Yeah, because then she would have gotten her heal from her the grand challenge. But Darius is caught between a rock and a hard place here. Does take a full ulti. Does also opt just to like run away with the dead man. It's gone for the movement speed build. But Syndra is going to chase this. Gather the Week does land. Darius does not get the Q off. But that is going to be red side picking up the dragon. As now Floppy Pancake. Darius is just going to be there. Single Tracks is going to be able to pick him up though. That is just not going to be enough. Darius still not be able to survive this. W does come out, but Single Tracks gets the kill there. 3 item Fiora, 2.5 items Syndra. A lot of damage on these side lanes. And Jhin has since now picked up a bit of gold and a bit of damage. So has Pendragon with the Leandries. Almost finished the Zhonya's. That Jhin has now got the Infinity Edge Gale Force. So we'll be doing a lot more damage on these 4th shots. But now with the no objectives up, there's nothing ready to fight for. Fiora going to be looking like she's going to be heading to the bot side. While the Syndra is going to stay mid for a little while. Vision-wise, Pendragon unfortunately lacking against this Ashe. Ashe sitting at 80 vision score to the Swain's 42. But Ashe does have the cheat codes. We can't give it too much. Jhin shut down, 60 CS down, 7 kills. What the fuck? Well, I'm seeing the wrong end of the stick here game round. As you see, a Scatter the Weak coming out. Vanzor does drop the ulti. Darkseid dropped the ulti as well. Poke coming out. Syndra barely living, but will fall to Darkseid there. Swain does drop the ulti. Vex does land the ulti onto Dracarys as well. Swain does get hit by the Vision Prism. Does go golden. Cataclysm is available, but we'll go Cataclysm onto Pina. Pina will have to burn the flash. But Single Tracks is now there. Does get hit by the fear. Is going to have to walk out, but the parries the Darius ultimate. Does get the 4 vitals. Well played from Single Tracks. Getting all these Divine Thunder procs and hits on the back line, taking down Garth. But that is very well played coming out from Genesis. Single Tracks definitely was not happy about that first game. And they are going to be looking to end here. As they do have the push. There's very long death time as Vanzor will be up though. As they are going to just try and pick up as many inhibs as possible. Ashe does not drop the ulti. They do not look for the end. They do look to try and just get all 3 inhibs down. It actually will not. The Ash Arrow will get tanked by Swain. Swain does get hit there. A lot of damage coming out. Will land the never move, but then Varus does land the ult. He does get the poke. The demonic extension is not able to save him there, as that is going to be a shutdown going to Vanzor. So did not opt to go for the end that early on. So I think they maybe wanted to play for the Baron, but Fiora must be sitting on quite a lot of gold now. 14,000 to Darius 4,700 gold. So going to be building towards that Guardian Angel. But okay, so we got the team fight tool, which we are going to try and utilize a little bit more. Could have ended a 1-3 here, inhibs into free Baron. Yeah, I think they could have easily, they should have maybe forced the inhib, and then they could have played for the resets and gone for Baron. But now they're only going to really have supers in the top lane and the mid lane, so we'll likely, Fiora is going to be playing through that bot side. Ash Arrow does come out, but will not land. It kind of does give Genesis a bit more time to play for the Baron. Fiora is going to have to permanently be answered by this Darius. And from what I know is that this Fiora does beat this Darius, so gonna have to play that very carefully. I think especially with this Baron available. But like as we see now, the Fiora Darius gonna be playing ball. That is 2 levels up for single tracks. Wabajaki level 15 to single tracks level 17. So I was gonna play for Vision. Ash Arrow is up again. So they could look for picks, but they are going to be playing for this Baron here. They are going to walk over some Jhin traps, are going to be revealed. So now Jarvan is going to be trying to get into the back line, just going to try and get some poke off. But Seattle Chicken Tracks is not going to look for the fight until he knows his team is able to pick up possibly a catch there. As there is a recall coming out from Pendragon. But Vexor goes wide. Asher also does connect onto the Jarvan. Jarvan does burn the flash. Rude coming out from the Jhin. The comes down to the Jhin as well. Demonic Ascension coming out from the Swain. God is trying to cut out as much as he can. There's a lot of damage coming out onto Pendragon. But the Catacombs coming out last second from Floppy Pancake. But I don't think it's going to be enough, as there's a double kill going up to Vanzor. Single Track is trying to get into the back there, but is not enough, as that is going to be a shutdown going up to Darius. Varus taking down the Jhin for a triple kill. As now that is going to be a free Baron pick up for Royalty. Now Syndra is there, can Mojo look for the steal, but Ash Arrow does come out. Sejuani does go for the leap over the wall. Sarah's Embrace will save the Syndra, who will not look for the steal again. Does have the scatter of the week, does not land it. So unfortunately this Baron will be going over to Royalty. This one is not going to be stolen. Christian isn't Dead Man's Troll because he has to answer Fiora on the side, or is it good because he can rotate past the fights from the side? I think maybe that's what they're trying to go for, is trying to rotate more from the side lanes. As the Darius also didn't really opt for... Oh, Wabjaki disconnected.
A summoner has reconnected.
Alright, pause has been undone now. Why can't we see chat anymore? I should really be using that team fight tool more often, but it does mean I'll have to like get rid of that scoreboard thingy. Yeah. Just doing some experimenting, but the play is going to resume. Just Wabjaki just had a small DC, but has made his way back. So gold is dead, basically dead even. 1,000 gold in favor of Royalty right now. And that is mainly because I think they've been picking up all the dragons. But now this is going to be the second dragon. And we do see the Syndra TP is going to be coming out. So they do want to make sure that they pick up this dragon. It's likely this dragon pickup will decide the game. This team fight could win it all for Royalty, or Genesis could use this to close off the game as well. As poke comes out, Jarvan does get stunned, and red team does take the dragon, as that is a 4th shot smite steal from Dracarys. And that is going to be 2 Cloud Dragons. Very well executed there. Anathemas. Wait. Wait, who? No one has the Anathemas yet, though. Oh, that's a Warmugs for Sejuani. That is why you pick Jhin, baby. I mean, Jhin ends up becoming like a secondary smite, as a lot of damage coming out from single tracks onto Garth. But the Gaze of Prism does go wide, so that is one big engage tool that is not available to Royalty now. So, single tracks is on the track, is on track to take the side lane. I'm going to use that from now on. So now single tracks. Gonna shove this wave in again. Gonna try and draw some pressure as we just take a look at some of where the vision is. So that's where the Darius is now. Darius is... Fleetwood work has been coming quite handy for him right now. But at the end of the day, he's gonna have to look for the reset, as the Fiora is gonna be a bit of a pain to deal with. As we do see TPs coming out. Garth does try and land the root there. Holds onto the Glacial Prism, but single tracks is just gonna be able to walk this away really easily. But now that is going to be 4 members of Genesis walking down the mid lane. They need to decide, are they going to answer this Darius? As the Jhin does get hit by the ulti, does get hit by the Vex. Week not able to do enough. Darius does get the Q off. Blood Bunny does try and get away, but Vanzor does land the final Q. Varus ulti does connect as well. Swain does go golden. That is now 3 members dead. Fiora is and Syndra are looking to reset. They do know that Royalty can look to try and end the game here. So now with this Baron, with the cooldown, with the death times being so long, Single Tracks is now going to try and fight this 1v2. He's not going to be allowed to back, so does commit this. Does get pulled out of the Glacial Prism. Is going to burn the flash, but then does land the passive. So Single Tracks is running for his life here. But right now, that is Snick Zora against 3 members of Royalty. Ash always does go wide. Vex does go for the flash, does go for the Wombo combo bash. Varus does land the ulti. Now that is a dominating Vanzor. It is now just Jhin. And now Fiora is going to fight the 1v2. Does go for the grand challenge, but Pendragon and Flood Pancake have made their way up. Are going to try and stop this back. As we do see massive Wombo combo Cataclysm coming out there. Single Track does drop the Guardian, but does take down the Darius. And will begin to chase down the Sejuani. But now Vanzor is trying to kite this out. And now we have 1,000 gold deploy Pancake. As it now looks like Single Tracks, they get an ace. They are going to try and push this mid lane down as fast as possible. That is very long death time, as that is 47 seconds for Vanzor. So now Fiora is going to try and push this as hard as she can. So don't know what is going on here, but Royalty seem to have fallen very easily to Genesis now, who are going to try and end the game. They are very long death timers. The only person up is going to be the Ashe. But I don't know if this Ashe is going to be able to do much here. Now just going to try and opt for this push. They are going to try. They're going to hard shove all these waves. Going to go for the Nexus. They do enough damage with the Jhin, with the Fiora. Fiora does have the Demolish. On pick up now, we do see a TP coming out from the Syndra. And that is going to be game 2 going over to Genesis. And it is now going to go to a best of 3. Now, unfortunately, I will not be able to catch the best of 3, as I was also... with the delayed start, I am going to be rather going into the game which Lance is playing now. They are playing against definitely Sheepii's team, so I'm going to be jumping straight into that. So that is a 1-for-1. So now we go to the predictions. We are going to go straight into there, so put that there. Choose outcome. So now Genesis take game 2. That's a lot of points there, but now we are going to go immediately into the spectate, into Lance to Shadow Origins game. So we are waiting for spectator delay, but so I am going to just chat there. No shot, no game 3. I mean, it is, unfortunately, it is what it is. They did call want this game streamed as well, so I have to honor my commitment to that. So we'll not be able to take the game 3 there, and we'll be rather having to pick up the Shadow Origin game versus Sheepie's team. As we look at their team comp, it is Duck on the Silas. It is going to be a Zac of Breedable Kitten, and Washed Up Fish on the Sejuani. Offended. Single Tracks creating custom. I'm sorry, Floppy. Like we started late, and I didn't it's chaos. But I will be able to likely catch... Are we not watching the end of the series? So I will be try and catch them as much of the third game as I can. But this is a game that I had to commit to for Shadow Origins. So I will catch their game 1. And then we will jump over as soon as we are able to into the other game. I'm sure we'll be able to catch it as soon as it ends. Ah, goodness, this is a chaotic. So now we are going to be hopping into the loading screen. Are going to be taking a look at what is going to be picked up here for Shadow Origin, and definitely not Sheepies. So now Imagine Baggins does go with the Ornn. The Thresherlist is going to be playing the Lulu. Kempton Park on the Urgot jungle. Lance the Galard picking up the Xayah, and BMFX on the Veigar. Now it's fine, just let us know who wins. Now I'll try and stream whatever's left of that game after this, if I can, alright? You gotta do what you gotta do. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I thought it was gonna be a 2-0 to either Royalty or 2-0 to Genesis, so that's partially on me. But I will catch the game as soon as I am able to, I promise. So now time controls are gone, so now we... Alright. Let's do that. But I'll be honest, they really did well, that Fiora Syndra carry. I mean, they played very well through that side lane. The Syndra and the Fiora were able to play very easily and very strong. Jhin just needed to make sure they didn't tilt, was able to play calmly, and that was a relatively free game for them. But now, as we hop into game 1 of Shadow Origin, going up against definitely Sheepie's team. So blue side, that is okay, it's definitely Sheepie team. And then the other side is
to Summoner's Rift.
no, wait, that's the other way around. So DST, okay, and then that team 2 is OSHDW. Alright. I still think Royal had a massive draw lead. If Genesis could win that, surely they win game 3. I mean, I would like to see them win game 3, 100%. And I think it would definitely be very interesting if they are able to take game 3. So now we are going to be taking a look here. It's Shadow Origin up against definitely not Sheepie's team. They did opt for Duck to be put on a very hyper carry based jungler.
Minions have spawned.
So now we see Duck is on the Silas. Going to be playing more of the hard hyper one shot. As you see pings coming out from Ornn and Xayah just to ensure that they... See, they're not lagging. But I am under the impression that Lance did not get the Samira. Samira was banned out. But now that is going to be... So there's going to be MFX in the mid lane on this Veigar. Urgot in the jungle. Very interesting jungle picks coming here. They game come for Origin. Oh no, yeah, with the Veigar and the Ornn and the Lulu, they just scale really well. But Sheepii and Guppy are not a very easy matchup to deal with, particularly with Sheepii now on this Annie. Annie support has been particularly strong. And I think Sheepii does definitely know how to execute this. Being a support main, knows also the strengths and weaknesses capable of the support. So, Readable Kitten playing this Zac top, going for some really aggressive trades with Imagine Baggins. But now Thresher is going for trades onto Sheepii. Very much just a lot of big trading across the map here. Breedable Kitten looking dangerous on this Zac, but Imagine Baggins getting the brunt of these trades in his favor. Now, one thing for sure with Silas jungle, his clear is not the greatest in the early game. Don't know necessarily sure how well the Urgot's is, but it does seem to be a lot better than the Silas's jungle. So, yeah, just all in all, interesting jungle picks between these two teams. Alright. So now, Lance on the Xayah, something he is also quite comfortable on. And I think you should never underestimate Lance on any AD carry for that matter. Now, with Samira being taken away, Xayah being high play champion, but Breedable Kitten does look for a bit of an engage here onto Imagine Baggins, but does not go in his favor. Trap does land for Guppy. As now Silas is gonna be looking for a dive bot lane level 3. But Silas does find the Urgot on his Grom. Washed Up Fish is rotating as well. As now Kempton Park has to burn the Ghost. But oh gosh, this is all over the place. So that's actually, so that is Sejuani mid for Washed Up Fish.
A summoner has disconnected.
As now Kempton Park is having some internet issues, is lagging, so We should be getting him in game relatively soon. Now we do have the R, do have the all clear. His name says it all. Kempton Park, yeah. It do be Kempton Park though. So now there's a bit of a delay here, but Lance is very low on mana. Lulu full mana, so it does seem like there's going to be a bit of reset for Zaya. Guppy and Sheepii still relatively healthy on the mana. Now I do think in terms of early engage, well, in terms of just engage in general, the Sheepii can follow up very nicely with the stuns, but Bag's doing a lot of damage to this Zac. Wilkins gonna have to back out there. But I think BMFX knew full well he wasn't gonna be struggling too hard to kill his laner, so it does just opt for just farming Veigar, basically. Wants to scale. Lance does get hit by the Q, but Thresholist does block it pretty easily. So now Sheepii and Guppy gonna walk up. Caitlyn has got a lot of that laner pressure. No man where is game 3. As much as I would have loved to get the game 3 stream, this is a game that I did prior commit to at 10:15, and it was a scheduling issue on my part, but I think also with the first game, with the first series starting a little bit late, I did not realize it would end this soon. Now we use the Kempton Park and Imagine Max are going for the fight in the top lane. Breedable Kitten having to burn the flash. Now Sheepii goes for these trades onto Thresholist. But at the end of the day, Caitlyn's range is very oppressive. Lance is struggling quite a bit to try and get that farm. Caitlyn dropping the autos. And I just think right now they're going to play for late game scaling. I think Shadow Origin have got the, as predicted, they do play better into late. Sejuani not going to have as much kill pressure onto the Veigar. But in terms of team fight engage, Sheepii is playing a little bit too close to the chest here. Has to burn the flash. Will not get out. Guppy gonna just body block. Sheepii will walk out with this by the skin of his teeth. As now Lance low on mana once again. And Sheepii also quite low. As you see, Zac Breedable Kitten goes for the engage onto the Ornn here. And I just think Zac is always generally gonna have a hard time here. Ornn, these are just 2 tanks. It's just gonna be wet noodle fights all the way around for these 2. Engage does get denied by the Ornn W. But now Lance and Thresholist are gonna look for the push up here. They know Sheepii is low. Sheepii can't possibly be looking for an engage here. He's holding that stun. It's just using his low HP to kind of try to bait, but Lance tanking a lot of damage. Lulu Shield not able to do enough there. So this game being played a lot slower. Silas and Serge forgot to swap. Kappa. I mean, it could have happened. It could be that. Could have been Fish wanting to play the Silas, but maybe also they lagged out and didn't get the swap. So very interesting take. I did not actually think of that. But what I was just seeing is that they were just playing a very hard engage comp. That's all I was really seeing, is that they're just playing the hard engage. Now Breedable Kitten, just as much as he's a Zac, is going for these engage onto this Ornn, going for the quick trades, and heals up relatively easily. But I guess also maybe they were playing these champions just so they give Duck some setup. I think Duck has got a lot of setup with the Sejuani as well as with the Zac. Can proc the Sejuani passive relatively easily with the multiple Petricide bursts along with the WE engage. So now with Guppy, being on the Caitlyn again has built a bit of only about a wave's worth of CS on the Xayah. Should not be as close as this is. The Xayah should be generally losing this matchup, as we don't actually see Caitlyn picked very often because she is always banned. But we see the baby cage coming out from Veigar, doing just a bit of damage to Washed Up Fish. Washed Up Fish is not phased. As Urgot and Silas is going to be yoinking away that blue buff, as he did steal the primordial burst. Or as you see the ghost coming out from Kempton Park. Kempton Park does not go for the engage. Thresherless does just drop the Q. But this is going to be a big fight. The Thresher does get it with the side. It does get it with the Glacial Prism. And that's going to be first blood going over to Annie as Magic Baggins calls the Ornhorn. It's going to take down this Zac. And then Breedle Kitten does have the pass available, but will barely survive here. Ornn is in a lot of danger. Q does not land. But that is now going to be a solo kill for Breedable Kitten onto Imagine Baggins, as that is now 2-0 for Sheepie's team. Now Sheepii did roam mid, does land the stun onto the Veigar. Veigar does land the baby cage. Does not get any extra stacks. It's just going to auto away Sheepii. Just saying, game 3 is vastly different for us this time. Ooh, I'm definitely going to be taking a look at that. So curious to see what they're going to be pulling out for that game 3, as we will hop to that game 3 directly after this. And like see how much we can actually get of that game. We should be able to get a relatively large amount of it, as there is the spectator delay and is a loading screen, and then there's all that hullabaloo. So do keep us updated, Floppy. And yeah, I wish you all the best. And now Urgot has actually got a relatively decent clear from what I'm seeing in the jungle. But also not particularly sure what kind of itemization you want to go for. But now Duck. Going to be picking up that Scuttle. Thresherless going to clear out some vision, as this first dragon it has spawned. Wait, have you already won? Or will you stop? It's paused at the moment. Oh lol. What is he set up? Ornn is now starting to struggle against Breedable Kitten, as that Zac does get a little bit of the engage, and he does go for the stun, lands it onto the Xayah. And now Imagine Baggins, yeah, it's just these trades, just wet noodle fights, as the baby cage comes out for BMFX, does sidestep a lot of this damage from Washed Up Fish, does land the permafrost, but relatively carefree for Veigar. He knows he's just here to stack, he's not here to fight. My sub expired, says rip. So now Zac goes in for the leap, does get the Q land, but that is going to be the first one going to Sheepie's team, as Breedable Kitten does drop the ulti, going to try and go for the solo kill onto Imagine Baggins. Imagine Baggins does burn the flash, does get out relatively easily there. So now Zac goes in for the engage again, but Lance and the Thresherless are going to be pushing up. They do get the sneak behind on Guppy. They do catch out Guppy. The Guppy does not get hit by the stun, as any shielding just gets him out of that there. Now gold lead is only about 1,000. Now Urgot does walk over a ward. And Breedable Kitten going to be clearing out the control wards, as Magic Baggins drops another ward there. So now, with Lance being in the position he's in right now, he could be playing for the hard engage, but would like to probably use the Feather Storm as a defensive tool rather than as an aggressive tool, particularly against an Annie. But now Breedable Kitten and Duck are going to be doing this Ripped Herald here, as the Breedable Kitten jumps onto this Ornn. We're doing a lot of damage to Ornn, while Silas just still continues the Ripped Herald. Imagine Baggins will not continue to fight there. Veigar is just playing the stacking game. Is stacking relatively well from what I'm collecting. That is going to be sitting on 99 stacks. Now 100 stacks. Has got extra 100 AP. Pretty nice for him there. Now Imagine Baggins could possibly be getting dived here. But we see takes a really good trade with Breedable Kitten. Does get the big knock up. So really good trade coming out for him. Breedable Kitten there. But what I am seeing right now is I do think it is going to be playing for the hard engage. Just going to set up the Silas really easily. As Silas is getting out cleared by the Urgot, which is no surprise. So I'm very proud to see that this Urgot jungle is doing quite a bit of work. Pretty good clear potential. Gang potential, I imagine, is not as bad either. With the Ghost, can't drop the ulti. But things come out, they do know where Kenton Park is, does walk over the ward. As Guppy and Sheepii are going to push this wave out. Now Duck is in the top lane. Now Breedable Kitten. Okay, so now we do see there is no vision. They do not spot the Silas. Silas is just sitting. Oh my gosh, Silas has pushed all the way up very easily. And we'll just hang around the top lane. Annie does try and get the stun off. But now Lance is just going to walk right up to the Annie. Does have a full Kraken Slayer, so does have to respect that. The fight happening in the top lane. Imagine Baggins is getting 2v1 there, but Lance will take down Sheepii. Breedable Kitten will take down Imagine Baggins. As Guppy does try and trade this out, but is fights across the map here as Lance takes down Sheepii, while Breedable Kitten takes down the spawn. I think they are going to get a lot of extra gold here from this tower plating. From this tower. There's a tower plating available. They're trying to play it as slow as they can.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Particularly because the situation that we are in right now, the Silas has not really needed to gank. Silas has been very relaxed and able to farm. And now we see Kempton Park does spot Sheepii, but Sheepii will drop the stun. As now Kempton Park is just going to be taking away this camp relatively carefree. No fuss about it. But does get caught out by the Sejuani. Sejuani does smite the camp away from the Sedge. The Conqueror does come out. The Baby Cage comes out from the Veigar. Veigar does drop the ultimate. But Urgot is not able to get that final ulti pull on the Annie. When does Kempton Park start looting? Well, I mean, maybe once he's able to execute it, get one of his ultis off, I think that's probably it. As Lance does know that when he is strong and was able to run down that Annie pretty easily. But now Zac has made their way bot. That is very good. Engage does get hit by the Zac. Does not have the Featherstorm available. Lulu ult does come out, but Duck is bot lane to answer that. And that is going to be 2 kills going to Sheepii team. This is now 5-1. It is a 3,000 gold lead for Sheepie's team. And I guess Kempton Park is still yet to start the looting process. As now he's just going to be taking up his Krugs down up here. And that is going to be a tower pick up for Sheepie's team as Breedable Kitten does make the roam bot side. And Imagine Baggins still 0-2 and does not have a full item just yet, where the Zac does have the full Sunfire Aegis, full Night Harvester for Silas, full Radiant Virtue for Sejuani, full Gale Force for Caitlyn. He's like, everyone has a mythic, as blue team do pick up the second dragon now. And it is going to be a Mountain Soul. So Silas does take away the Veigar's ultimate there, will dodge the cage very easily. Zac does go for the dodge, does land the Q as Flash comes out from BMFX, but nothing much more will happen there as Caitlyn does drop the trap, does get the Caliber Net auto attack. There's a lot of crit damage coming out there. Baby Cage does land onto Guppy here. Guppy taking a lot of damage. Silas is going to be returning the favor, does the primordial ulti. Ornn does drop the Ornn Horn, but Veigar is taken down by the Zac. Breedable Kitten does this into the droplets form, but Kempton Park, they are turning this around. Caitlyn Trap does land, washed up, does drop the Glacial Prison onto the Imagine Baggins. Featherstorm coming out from Lance, but Caitlyn does drop the ace in the hole, and that will be a dead Lulu, as that is going to be a 1-for-2 with only Breedable Kitten dead. Washed up Fish and Sheepii looking for a fight again. But unfortunately, like, only one kill coming out onto Campton Park, who does begin his looting phase. And now Sheepii, Washed Up, and Guppy are going to be able to push this tower out. Do have a 4,000 gold lead. That Ornn does not have an item. Is not particularly scary at all. As said, Shreddius is used. Massive 3-man root coming out from Lance. But Silas will take away the Ornn ultimate there. As Lulu is going to look to ward up, but will get swatted by Silas. Silas does land the W, does land the E. Ornn is summoned, but does get party mode before he can use the second one. Duck is in a bit of a tricky situation here. Zac does go for the down, does land onto that Xayah. Xayah is now dead. The Thresholist has to put the Lulu ult on himself, but the Ornn will take down the Annie. But Thresholist will die to Duck. Kempton Park is ghosting, does get to the back line. Ornn is taking a lot of damage, but Duck also not carrying it out. But actually, Kempton Park able to run away as Guppy lands the Gale Force and will pick up the Ornn there. BMFX in the bot lane just dealing with Sejuani. But that is now 3 members of Shadow Origin dead just for Sheepii. That is a very good trade for Sheepii's team as they now build a 5,000 gold lead. Ghost coming out from BMFX. The Glacial Prism does go wide, but Silas is now here. Does land the E before the baby gauge comes down, and that is likely to be a very dead Veigar, as now Duck is 3-0-6 on this. Silas is on a killing spree. It is 11-3 right now. Sheepii's team looking extremely dominant. And Readable Kitten gonna be yoinking some of that jungle away. But now Duck also going to be picking up that blue buff. Does not want to give it to the Annie. I think he wanted the blue for himself. So you're telling me Diamond Snow playing on 20 ping cannot carry Shadow? It's called the Zigzag Miggy 5. A Diamond Snow playing on 20 ping cannot carry Shadow. Is this BMFX? As you do see this in-engage coming in onto Lance taking a lot of damage. The Ornn is summoned, but Logo does get his ulti taken by Silas. Silas will get shut down by Xayah. As Kempton Park in the backline taking down Guppy. As now this is going to be a rampage for Guppy, and the BMFX takes down Sheepii. Looking a little bit bright for Shadow. And I say Sejuani does over the wall, does land the knock-up, and Watch the Fish will slay Lance the Galadia, but now Caitlyn and Watch the Fish will chase down the Thresholist, as that is a double kill for Washed Up Fish. And right now that is a 6,000 gold lead for Guppy and his boys. Duck is Diamond with low ping. My goodness. I mean, Duck is sitting in Diamond 1, Diamond 2, if I remember, when we played against them. We actually were able to take a game off them, funny enough, but I think Duck on a hyper carry is really, really scary. And I think a lot of his team are building setup around him. Guppy also looking pretty good on this Caitlyn. But now Kempton Park will walk into the wrong place. Never thought I'd say that. Okay, so Shadow Origin doesn't declare BMFX Diamond Smurf playing on 20 because he's using Smurf account. So now Duck does get hit by the Urgot ulti, will get taken down by Kempton Park as Baby Cage does come out from BMFX. And that is a double kill coming out from Urgot. But that is a TP now coming out from Readable Kitten. Readable Kitten getting onto the back line. Kempton Park taking a lot of damage. Sejuani. But the Lulu ulti coming out onto Kempton Park. Readable Kitten having to burn the flash. Guppy gonna have to try and dodge it. Does get walking to the Baby Cage. Does get hit by the Ornn ulti. Oh, we didn't even realize it was declared, like, when we had to fight them as well. So now, that is going to be a pretty easy Baron pickup coming out for Shadow Origin, but now multiple members of definitely Sheepii team are available. Zac does go in for the leap, does get onto Kempton Park. Kempton Park is taken low, but the Permafrost does land. Kempton Park desperately trying to get the smite, as there will be a smite picked up, and there will be Baron for Shadow Origin. Urgot taking down the Zac, but Watch the Fish is there. Silas now has made his way into the back line. Will take down this Urgot. Well, actually, no. We'll walk out alive. Sheepii does go for the flash. But imagine Baggins is in a very precarious spot. So now Duck is going to just drop the ulti on Kenton Park. Not a lot of damage there. So shutdown will come up for him. Lance does get hit by the Silas. And that will be a double kill coming out for him. Wait, but how? Okay, so we're not going to get into too much of that politics, but he should have been using his main account. I know there was also Dark Horse Esports having some issues, but I don't have much to say about that. As now Guppy and Duck will be picking up this dragon. Sheepii is getting ghosted on by BMFX here. But there is now a TP coming in from Washed Up Fish. Does have the Glacial Prism. No, does not have the Glacial Prism up. But Sheepii... Yeah, I mean, that's generally, like, I think the rule of thumb is using main accounts is what you want to go for. But, right now, looking 16-10 in favor of Sheepii's team, 42,000 to 39,000, so... Now, Crimson Park is quite strong. There's the Titanic Hydra and the Jack Show. So can't really get one shot, but Washed Up Fish, also quite tanky, doesn't take too much damage from the Veigar. And I think right now, they want to play for the Veigar scaling. They want to play for the Ornn items. The first Ornn item did come out for the Veigar fairly recently. Yeah, and I particularly like with this situation. Okay, I'm not going to cover too much of the situation. I'm going to just focus right on the game at hand. But so now Lance is sitting on 2 items. Does have the Full Navori Quick Blade. Does have the Bracken Slayer as well. So he'll be doing a lot of damage, but Caitlyn does have the Gale Force IE and is also building towards that rapid fire cannon. So he's going to play for that extra bit of rage. So with this very tanky Washed Up Fish, very tanky Beautiful Kitten, they're going to have to try and figure out how they're going to deal with the Urgot and the Ornn, who are just as tanky. Silas does have the Rabadon's Death Cap now, so we'll be doing quite a bit of damage to that back line. So with there not being objectives up just yet, Washed Up Fish does walk in onto Kempton Park. Glacial Prism does come out. Sheepii does land the stun. And that is now the Luna ulti. Urgot ulti does come out onto the backline. Sheepii taking a lot of damage, but Guppy is the backline free autoing. Duck is doing a lot of damage. That is now a dead Urgot as Beautiful Kitten is now finding the Ornn in the bot lane. Ornament does get summoned. Does prevent the Ornn from being summoned. Actually gets knocked out last second. As Washed Up Fish, Guppy, and Sheepii push this lead forward. Want to play this aggressively. I think Imagine Bang the Beautiful Kitten just doing the wet noodle fight, but now Washed Up Fish and Sheepii are making their way bot. Guppy does land the 90 caliber net. A lot of damage coming out of BMFX. And I think Sheepii are playing on the front line here. There are still no towers picked up by Shadow Origin, as they're unable to push that up just yet. But now, gonna be able to push this wave out. Washed Up Fish, Breedable Kitten, very tanky, able to peel for this Caitlyn quite hard. Caitlyn can just auto this tower very easily, gets the headshot on it. But now Lance and the Threshers have made their way bot. Now with Dragon spawning in 2 minutes, it is what Duck wants to prio. But no, Shadow do definitely look, I think they do look better, particularly because they have the Veigar and because they have the Ornn items. They got a lot of scaling. But it's just a matter of if they execute it quite well. And then from what we've seen in the previous games, like comps don't always decide the games here. So Urgot ulti does get taken by Duck. BMF does drop the baby cage, does flip this Ornn in there, but does get hit by the ulti. BMFX does get hit by Kempton Park. Kempton Park does take down Duck, but Sheepii now is helping Breedable Kitten take them down. Ornaments. The ornaments, okay. It's now Kempton Park is taking out Washed Up Fish. BMFX taking a lot of damage, but BMFX not going to jump over the wall. And Sheepii will take him down. Kempton Park taking a lot of damage here as Thresholds and Imagine Bang are walking there. Horn is summoned. Will get hit onto the Thresholds, but Caitlyn is still sitting in the backline. Guppy is getting free autos. Now is going to take down this Urgot relatively easily. Kempton Park getting shut down by Guppy here. Good trap coming out from Guppy, but Sheepii and now Raidable Kitten will be able just to walk on this one pretty easily. Guppy will kite it out, and now that is a killing spree for Guppy as they can look to push through this mid lane. This comp is clearly not deciding too much of it, as the Ornn and the Veigar are getting taken out really easy. The Veigar 1-3 for 7. Wanted to play the scaling, but has not been particularly able to scale as of yet. Now, he does look like he's going for the Rabadons. Does have a lot of ability power to his name. Has 641, has got 294 stacks on the Veigar's passive. We do see TP coming out from Washed Up Fish there. I do not want to be giving up any towers here. And now with the Snake Dragon coming up, Guppy does get hit by the baby cage and gets one shot by BMFX there. That is a dead Caitlyn. And now Silas is going to be looking to try and steal this dragon. This is going to be Soul if they are able to get it. Do not know where that Silas is. They are going to do it pretty quickly. But Silas does flash over the wall. Not able to get it. Lulu ulti does get stolen. Does take the polymorph. But will get hit by the Urgot ulti. Will get taken down. As now Kempton Park has slain Duck. And they are going to try and look to push out this mid lane tower. What rank is the Veigar's account? I would imagine maybe Diamond 2. Diamond 3, maybe. What do you... I have no idea. Like, I don't particularly know how he's playing. Like, can't really see the difference between a Silver Veigar and a Diamond Veigar. Like, I just don't know the difference. And Zac is going to be pushing out bot, but they do 5-man on this Baron here. They will be able to pick up the Baron very easily, as there will be no steal, but Zac is just in the bot lane. Sheepii does get caught out as BMFX takes him down. Guppy lands a trap, stopping these backs. But the Veigar cage does not land onto BMFX. While Breedable Kitten was able to push out that bot lane tower. Alright, so I'd say he's like plat 1. I mean, I feel like it's the way he's playing, it does also like kind of add up into that. I'll say force him to declare his rank and where he lives, but the count he is on now, like level 35. I don't even think it's ranked. Like when we looked at it, I don't even think it was ranked at this time. So we didn't know really what to ban against him. But we do see now with this Baron pickup, this Urgot is quite strong. 8 for 4 for 2, Veigar 3 for 3 for 8 has started picking up some steam now with the items, but Breedable Kitten is in a lot of danger as a Lulu will walk there, but Washed Up Fish and Guppy are now bot lane. The Glacial Prism is available, but will not be used. So now, Guppy does not have anything to deal with the tanks necessarily, as the Ornn does summon the Ornn Horn, does hit the Sejuani, but the Glacial Prism does come out. Ornn looking for the dive. Kempton Park is very tanky. They do have the waves. They do have the damage, and they do have the tank stats. I think Lance has got a very good backline, very good front line to help heal him there. As now Lance does get gifted the Worm Fallen Sacrifice. The first one of the second ornament. And then Urgot gets the Unspoken Parasite. That is the third ornament, as Ornn I think is the Civ 16. But very close game here now, as they are going to utilize this Baron to push out this bot lane tower all the way through to the inhib. And I think they do not know that they need to take out this Veigar and take out this Xayah, as Vision will spot Washed Up Fish. But Q comes out from the Zac. What the fuck is Sheepii doing mid? Don't know, man. I don't know what goes through Sheepie's head sometimes. But seems to know things that I don't. So trust in the process, I guess. Now they are going to be looking for an engage here. The waves are now in the favor of Shadow Origin. Zac does go for the leap, does get onto that die. The Glacial Prison does land, but the Feather Storm will be summoned. Ornn does get summoned. The Ornn Horn summoned on both sides. Double Ornn Horn. Veigar cage does come out. Guppy is staying very much out of that cage as much as he can. Urgot ulti coming out will take down Sejuani. But Gale Force coming out from Caitlyn. Caitlyn cutting this out as well as she can. Ghost is out for BMFX. Does have the full reset. But that is going to be the anti-shield plus the cleanse coming out from Guppy. As now, that is 5 versus 4. They do 5 versus 3 as the Zac and the Sejuani are dead. And will just opt to pick up this reset. Very easily. Now Duck goes in. Going to pick a fight with Imagine Baggins. Don't think it's going to go particularly in his favor, unfortunately. As Lance is going to be able to walk out. Lance is going to just walk away. They're not going to go for the Lance. They're going to go for the Ornn instead. But now, Ornn is going to just look for the back. But Urgot is now there. They're going to take the Urgot ulti. Does drop the ulti onto there. But that is just a very, very dead Duck. Kempton Park is now on a killing spree. Vega is also now on a killing spree. These champions are just becoming harder and harder to deal with for Sheepii's team. And right now, they are going to be setting up to pick up their second Mountain Dragon. Now, with 4 members up, Duck is still dead. Sheepii is also still dead with only 3 members for his team. It'll be a very easy dragon coming out for red side as they now begin their dragon stacking. 2 mountain dragons going to make these tanks even tankier, even harder to kill. And yeah, like, so the Caitlyn only going for the Lord Dominic's now, as the trap does land, but not doing too much damage to that Urgot. Urgot's just very, very chunky boy. Ornn also a very chunky boy. Vega does have now got the Rabadons. Is a very, and then I washed up fish has got the MR to sustain a lot of the Vega's damage. But that Vega sitting at 1,123 AP has got 367 stacks on the passive. And I just think scaling wise, it is just going exactly how Shadow wanted it to go. They've got the ornaments all set up on all the relative champions, except for the Lulu, unfortunately. And then they also have the Vega, who's just been able to sit 3 stacks. Zaya has got 4 items. Now, if they're able to get a pick on this Vega, it will be much easier for Sheepii team to play it forward. Arcade has the highest AD scaling of all ADCs, and he builds Gale Force and Rapid Fire. Okay, so not necessarily sure why that I mean, the Rapid Fire kind of makes sense, does get for the extra auto, but now Duck is top side. Now, with Kempton Park being quite tanky, he can now be a double front line paired with Kraken, Lord Doms, Gale Force, Rapid Fire. I can say I agree. I do agree. As now they are going to be Origin are going to be beginning the Baron, but Sejuani and the Caitlyn are going to be pushing out the wave. Silas does drop the Ornn Horn, but the Vega Cage will prevent him from hopping over the wall. Annie ulti is just sent in the middle of them. The backs are being stopped here. Silas does not get the damage off. Backs being stopped again as this Caitlyn and Sejuani are just pushing out that bot side. We'll get in here and we'll get a Nexus Tower. So, really good proactive call coming out from Guppy and Washed Up Fish. So Zac goes in for the leap, goes in for the hard engage. Does get Lance, does get Match Dragon, taking a lot of damage, but Lance doing a lot of damage as well. As Vega does drop the Primordial Burst onto the Caitlyn and gets those 4. Now, Lance and Imagine Baggins can just push us out very easily. Lance does have the attack speed, Imagine Baggins does have the demolish, so gold is now very much in favor of Shadow Origin in this game. Now the Sejuani does not have the ulti up, but and he does have the stun. They will try and get onto Lance, but Lance is kiting this back exceptionally well. As there will be a flash forward from Lance, but that will be taken down by Duck, as that is a shutdown going up to him. Smite coming out, he does connect from the Silas onto this Ornn. Ornn is taking very little damage from the Silas, as now Silas will pick him up. But now it is a reverse. Now it is in him being picked up in the bot side for Shadow Origin, as gold is now 7,000 in the favor of Shadow Origin. And at this point, I think Caitlyn should maybe have just gone both. Like, the health stacking was just way too much. Objective-wise, nothing up. Dragon is in 120. Zac does go in for the knockup, does catch the Veigar. Veigar does get caught out, has to burn the flash, get over the wall. Zac desperately trying to get that Q again, but that will be BMX dropping the ulti, but then Real getting in the backline. Luda ulti does drop, the shield does drop. Kempton Park will tank it. I just think right now Veigar is too much of a menace, has been able to scale for too long. 71,000 gold in favor of Shadow Origin. They do have the upper hand. 36 seconds until Silas is up, so he will be able to test this dragon. And the final one item is summoned as Starcaster is picked up for the Lulu. Or just the ornaments. I keep saying the items instead of the ornaments. And then they are going to just play the vision game. Gonna try and see if they can catch up BMFX or Lance, because I think once they are dead, it's very easy for the Caitlyn and for the Silas just kite things out. We'll step into the trap. But Guppy is in a bit of a precarious spot right now. Rap does not get over the wall, has to burn the flash as the 90 caliber net does not go through. 5 members of Shadow Origin do begin this dragon, and they do take it very quickly. My word, that is now 3 dragons for them. They are exceptionally tanky. I think I want to take a look at this Orn. 369 armor, 442 MR. Not taking any damage from the Silas, and not taking much damage from Guppy either. So, I think Shadow Origin are going to play, just going to throw their wallets at this point. Rather than engage, Silas does drop the ulti, but then Real Kid in the back line. Ghost coming out from Kempton Park. Will land onto that Annie. Will get onto the back line. Keep taking a lot of damage, but the Ornhorn is now summoned. Does get the ulti execute off. Guppy is taken down. Watch the fish being chased out by Kempton Park, but it's not enough. That Veigar is just doing way too much damage.
Dominating.
And it does look like the way that this is going, they have got no minions, but they have got a very tanky front line. They can't just take these towers with absolute ease. Minions there. Now that damage debuff has been reduced. The Shadow Origin will take down Sheepie's team in game 1.
A summoner has disconnected.
Now I think what we are going to do is we are going to quickly hop over into the next game, the game which is currently happening right now between Royalty and Genesis, which I think is still going on. Oh no, so it is not going on right now, so Lance does drop me the invite for the next game. But we did not receive any updates, so I am going to take a look and see how the game went. So Floppy, so we look at Floppy. So view profile, match history. So what was the outcome? So unfortunately, Royalty did take down Genesis in that game, and I think they did let the Lilia through. So all in all, I think it was very well put up fight by Genesis, but now it is going to be a battle of the era rivals. It's last time versus Genesis in the lower bracket. But now we hop over to the spectate tool. We have load shedding in 42 minutes. Our go. Okay. Send me a friend request there. I will be sure to send you one there as soon as I can. Stylus B. Alright. Let's copy that. I'm me R2. Alright. Alright. They are gonna get the go. They do have the load shedding in 42 minutes. They do want to get this game done and dusted, as they do hop into champ select here. And what is likely going to be taken away is, I do think the Samira is not going to be given to... Yep, there we go. There's a Samira taken away once again. Very much expected that to not be up. As... Don't give that guy... Don't give him that kind of champion, man. He has got the engagement potential. Does have the skill mechanics for it. But then the Wukong being taken away from Duck. Do not want to give Wukong the Duck, as then the Ornn is now taken away in the top lane. Do not want to see that Ornn again, as in that the Volibear will be taken away from, I believe that's either Washed Up Fish, Breedable, or Duck. But Duck still has a lot of champions in his champion pool available. As we see the final ban coming out from Sheepii's team, what is it going to be? It's going to be the Veigar. They did not like the Veigar. The Veigar was very difficult to deal with, particularly because the Veigar was allowed to scale. So curious to see now what we're going to see from BMFX in the mid lane. But then Talia actually going to be taken away from Breedable Kitten. Do not like the roaming support, that roaming mid laner that is the Talia. Now Duck does keep lock in the Maokai, so that could be the Maokai top, could be the Maokai jungle, and could even be the Maokai support, as that is a very flexible pick for them. And then Sejuani being hovered, so that does look like it's going to be Sejuani in the jungle for Shadow Origin. And then their second pick, what is it going to be? What are we going to get here? But I realize I need to get the League Championship music playing. But that is now going to be the Lulu lock-in supports, as they do take that Lulu for themselves once again, denying it of anyone denying it of Sheepii if he possibly wanted to play a bot lane. Wait, did you send me a friend request? Yes, I did, Stylus B. My name is just Kate6 in game. But we see then Caitlyn picked up again for Guppy. Guppy did like this Caitlyn, did very well on it. Unfortunately, just played into tanks, and it was very hard for him to hide around that, especially without the itemization. But that is going to be the Cassante pickup, so now that is no longer going to be the Maokai top lane. So that could be a Maokai's jungle and could be Maokai support, but that is going to be Breedable Kitten on the Cassante. And then Kempton Park is going to be locking his lane in the mid lane, so that is now going to be the Vayne. So that is a Vayne Lulu bot lane for Lance the Galard, as well as the Thresholist. And then we do see the start of the second ban phase. So that Victor being taken away from Washed Up Fish. I'm not going to give him that, as then the Yone is now taken away from the mid lane, or the top lane as well. Do not want to see that Yone. Yone can very much 1v9 games, as we have seen in the past. And now the Victor, not the Grave, sorry. What role do you play, and Elo? I am a jungle main. I am currently sitting at Silver 4. 24 LP, but I have hit peaked Gold 3. But that was about 2 seasons ago now, which was not pleasant. But also, jungle's not been the most fun for me in solo queue, so I've actually been playing AD carry recently. As we see, the final ban is going to be the Gangplank. And Gangplank, definitely one of those kinds of champions that can scale into the late game. Do not want to be giving that away, as that is going to be the Lilia lock-in. As that is very likely could be the Sejuani and Lilia, either top or jungle. That is a very good flex pick for them. But then, what are we going to be seeing coming out from Sheepii's team? As we see, that is going to be the Vi. So now that kind of does confirm it, that is going to be the Maokai support for Sheepii. That is going to be Duck ZA on the Vi. That is going to be Ari coming out for Washed Up Fish, and Cassante for Breedable Kitten. And then finally, we see the Silas hover. Where is this going to go? So that likely could mean that is going to be the Silas mid lane. Is BMFX going to be locking in the Silas mid? But no. It is going to be the Jace actually locked in here. So now, let's get the predictions out. Come on, boys. back your teams. This is game 2 between Shadow Origin and definitely Sheepie's team. So now we are going to say, so definitely Sheepie's team is going to be number 1. And then Shadow Origin are going to be 2. So be sure to get your predictions in. Who do you think is going to take this game? But welcome, Dynamic Mudkip. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are going to enjoy. But I can't even predict because I've got too many. I don't have the capabilities. I started the vote. But now, I'm just here for vibes. Justin's the rest. What do you mean I'm the rest? As the Watch the Fish does get their Ori. I am very glad to see that is a mage now rather than a tank mid laner. And then Kazante getting in with a bit of the nerfs this patch, so very curious to see how that's going to go. Vi is still strong despite the nerfs coming out to core item Radiant Virtue, but now is opting for the Black Cleaver into Divine Sundra rushes. And then Sheepii is going to be poking out that Lulu vein very easily with his Maokai, likely gone the Comet. Has reached as high as Diamond 1, almost Masters, playing this Maokai. So very curious to see how he is going to be able to playing this now. Is very lane oppressive, and I think it's something that definitely needs to be respected. But in all retrospect, I just think at this point in the game, at this point in this series, it is do or die for Sheepie's team. Very curious to see how they're going to execute this team comp. Got a lot of engage, especially with the Maokai, the Vi, and the Ahri. So hopefully we can see something good there. But I am going to take a small 5-minute break, well, 1.5 minute break while we wait for the champ select to go through. So while we're there, we're going to take a look at this excellent art that we put together for this matchup. So yeah, we will be seeing you shortly.
Feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do. Fighting till the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die, gotta die. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you.
We are immediately going to be hopping back into game here. So now we are gonna load into here. Alright, once it picks everything up, we are now finally into game 2 here between Shadow Origin and definitely Sheepie's team. As Now,
30 seconds until minions spawn.
wait, I can't predict, bruh. I mean, it says you've already predicted. You've already chosen 2. It says you've already chosen it. You've already predicted. But now BMFX running this Jace mid, looking to play this very aggressive laning phase. But now, so that is Lilia jungle, Sejuani in the top lane.
Minions
Alright,
have
so that's
spawned.
Makai support, Ari in the mid lane, Cassandre top. There we go. Make sure they all switched. Did not make my life easier as a streamer. I had to move them all around. As now, Lance and Sheepii is just going to go for that early poke onto Lance. Very good poke coming out from Guppy and Sheepii here. As they look to execute this properly. Well, Sheepii and Guppy are just going to utilize their lane poke. Washed Up Fish going to be playing the lane as much as they would with the Ahri. Look for that aggressive poke, but also Maokai looking for that aggressive poke in the bot lane. Now, really good trades coming out for Washed Up Fish here. And now with BMFX going in for that early aggression, we'll go fairly even in the trades. Both running, one is running Corrupting, Jace is running the Doran, so we'll generally be in favor of the Ahri early on. As now we take a quick gander at this top lane matchup. It's very much a matchup which I think Cassandre wins, but with the recent nerfs, not entirely sure how that's going to go just yet. But it very much does actually seem like it is going their way anyway. Now Cassandre is winning, doing quite well, going for these really aggressive trades on Imagine Baggins, but does land the permafrost as now Ignite comes out from Imagine Baggins. Q does miss, Cassandre will just dash out, but taking a lot of damage from Imagine Baggins. Shield is not available. The permafrost will land. Cassandre does land the knockup. Does not have the shield available. Very low HP. And that is going to be Sejuani first blood. Taking down Breedable Kitten.
Boom. Headshot.
As then now Duck gonna be able to just pressure the Scuttle Crab. Lilia is gonna be walking up to it. And now BMFX will look to, so Sheepii is there too, but Washed Up Fish also rotating. That is going to be a 3-man converge onto against the bot. Flash W coming out from Makai, Charm coming out from the Ahri. And that is a dead Lilia, as that is a free Scuttle Crab coming out for the Vi. Cassandre cancelled his order. Oh, that's unfortunate. It is indeed unfortunate for him. But so from what I do know for sure is this is going to be the last game of this tonight, regardless of the regardless of how the game goes. Purely because there is load shedding in at 12 o'clock for some of these players. So we want to try and get that done as soon as possible so the matches seem as fair as possible. And particularly Readable Kitten. Still looking aggressive despite losing the early game trades. Both only just have the Kindle Gem. The MFX forced under his tower with this Ahri, but now we see Vi has path top lane. Is not going to be spotted on that ward. So he's going to sit there. Imagine Baggins could be looking for some aggressive trading, but it does not look like it's going to happen. As Imagine Baggins does look for more trades. Still unsure of where Duck is, as Duck building up the Q. Ruby Crystal builds into Kindle Gem. Yeah, I know, my brain is just not there yet, brother. Yeah, I do apologize. It is it's been a long day and it's late and my brain is turning off. So we do see that there's gonna be a flash Q coming out from Duck here. And that will be Duck taking down Sejuani in the top lane. And the trap does land. Guppy not able to get that auto off, but Guppy very, very safe in this lane, particularly because of all this Maokai poke. But I think Lance and Thresholist know they need to play for the late game, know they need to play for the scaling, as they will be able to shred through that Cassante as very, very easily, like butter, if you will. But Maokai poke is just looking very scary. It's just not fun at all. It's like very uninteractive, as Kempton Park will be spotted picking up some little fruits in the bot side. Thank you so much for the follow, Tsunami Storm. Welcome to the stream. This is game 2 between definitely Sheepii's team and OSHDW Origin. And OSHDW Origin are 1 game up right now, and want to look to close this out and progress to the finals. But Sheepii's team also could be looking to close this game out and look to disappoint. As now, Lance taking more and more poke from this Maokai. Maokai just throwing as many saplings as possible, just keeping them under their tower. And now Duck is spotted bot line. God, where are my words going? Watch the fish. Little bit low. Jace could go for a very easy full one-shot combo. But now, yeah, does try and look for it, but does not get there in time as the slow is coming out from Ahri. Breedable Kitten clearing out the wave. Gonna dash forward. Does have the chain vest. So has a little bit more armor, but Sidra does have a lot of magic damage. Now Duck does pick up the first dragon of the game. It is a mountain dragon, and the next one will be an infernal. Not gonna get either of those dragon souls. As now Breedable Kitten gonna be trying to push this wave, wants to shove it, wants to try and keep Magic Baggins from looking for roams. Doesn't have the TP, but does have the ignite, so we'll have a bit more kill pressure than the Cassante. But then looking at the Ahri is a little low on mana and a little bit low on health. Jace is sustaining a little bit better than she is. Kempton Park is in the bot side, clearing out her jungle. Does have the double amp tomb and the mana crystal, so it is looking like she's going to be going the Leandries rather than the Proteon. Is now a bit of a calm now. Not much happening in terms of fighting. But what are we thinking? In this game, I think Jace could look for a very easy one-shot in any of that backline. But then, at the same time, Cassante can just take away that Vayne, take away that Lulu, and just absolutely annihilate them. As does go for a very good trade. Does go all out, does dodge the permafrost. Magic Baggins does not have flash, has ignite. But that will be Breedable Kitten taking down a Magic Baggins, putting them at 3-1, putting them at a 1,500 gold lead over Shadow Origin. As Kempton Park is just hanging around. They do not know he is there. There is no vision of him. But Thresholist, careful not to walk in the vision. We'll take a lot of damage from the Maokai. But now, vision-wise, the Lilia did reset, did opt to go top. Guppy will be able to push this wave in. Sheepii clearing out some vision, dropping some of the saplings, getting that cheater vision. And particularly now, Washed Up Fish with the extra bit of mana can look to trade a bit more with that. Also now with the Lost Chapter picked up, makes it easier to sustain mana in lane. As Vayne really can't do anything here, as Sheep takes a lot of damage, but really good roots. As Sheepii is just trying to get vision, and that will be the ace in the hole, and that is a dead Vayne as Guppy takes the kill there and is now dominant on this Caitlyn. 80 CS to 61, picked up the kill and is now got 3 plates and is looking to pick up more. As now Sheepii being annoying with the Maokai saplings. Ahri going in for some trading on this Jace. But Guppy very freely able to be getting this tower plating. There is no real issue there. BMFX does get interrupted by the Ori Charm Flash coming in from Duck there. Does drop the siege and desist, and that is a dead in BMFX. Sheepii does drop the Nature's Grasp. Threshler's taking a lot of damage, but that will be a Q coming out from Guppy. But Threshler's living on very minuscule HP as Sheepii then gets the kill, but then does get put to sleep by Lilia, and Guppy will be taken down by Kempton Park. Well, now Cassante getting the free towers plating in the top lane. Duck looking to pick up more tower plating for Washed Up Fish now. As the gold, 20,000 gold to 5,000. The gold is very much still in favor of Sheepii's team. Magic Bag is just trying to hold it as well as they can while Washed Up Fish taking a bit of tower. Jace looks to try and see if he can get the poke off. Makai does get the knock away. Will just run up into the bush, drop a sapling down. And that is just... yeah, that is some free extra gold going over to going over to the side of definitely not Sheepii's team. They do want to accelerate this game as they do know that they are on a timer with the load shedding. But also Bane and Lulu do want to look to scale. Want to play it as late as possible so they can just go do that super straight. But now Cassante picks up that top lane tower, gets that first tower gold, gets that extra gold on top of it. And now that is still a 5,000, almost 6,000 gold lead for Sheepii's team. Now BMFX is a little behind in terms of gold and CS, but there's mainly due because he has not been able to get much of the platings. The first strike has not come nearly as handy as he would have liked it to be. As does not have too much on the, so if we that, we go to Jace, go to Ahri there, can see her runes. Did go for the Airy rather than the Electrocute, just gonna go for the auto attack poke onto the Jace. But now we see Jace here does it the first strike. Also got the Mana Flow banned. And only got 163 gold from that first strike, unfortunately. As now that is going to be the second dragon going over to Sheepii's team. Playing this game very much into their own strengths. Taking away that scaling that they were afraid of. And now are playing for what they are the strongest on here. Now, this tower is quite low. Duck is in the bot lane. Does have the cease and desist available. That is a very low tower, but Caitlyn the Guppy is going to try and hit it down. Vi is walking there. Nature's Grass does come out. Will land onto that Lulu. Vi does go for the engage. Caesar is coming out, taking down the Lulu. Like is there to try and save the day, but Bane is cutting out exceptionally well. But it'll be a double kill for the Vi, as then the Guppy is sent to sleep there. Jace has made his way bot lane, just trying to see if he can get a kill onto Caitlyn there. Does flash root, but that is going to be Guppy getting the kill onto Kempton Park. But now this is Sheepii versus BMFX, but BMFX will take down this Maokai. Just trying to solidify some gold, but that is still 6,000 gold favoring for Sheepii's team. And protective bounties are now available for Shadow Origin, so hopefully he could be looking to pick up some more gold there. But now Red Turret has been destroyed in the bot lane. As now Lulu looking to rotate top, helping Magic Bangers and Lots. As Beautiful Kitten will have to walk away. Ahri is making his way there. The Beautiful does come out. Cassante does not get to go all out. Does go all out onto the Sejuani, but has to get flash out. Does use the E, does use the W. Quite a lot of dashes available to him. It's going to just walk away. Ahri does use the first Spirit Rush. Second Spirit Rush comes out, does not land. But will use Spirit Rush just to get out there. His main Lulu is doing what it does best. And that is a lot of damage. As Lars does go ham for the kill. Not able to get it there. As Imagine Bang is going to be going for the fight here. And Guppy will be taking down the Sejuani. Season is coming out onto the Lilia. Lilia is going to try and 1v3 this, but that is now a double kill going over to Guppy. While Jace does pick up a tower into the mid lane. That is just not going to be enough. I really should be setting a hotkey so I can view other things. Because this is just not working out as I would like it to. But Duck, looking comfortable on this Vi. Ran the Conqueror, ran the Ultimate Hunter, just taking as many of these season assists off as possible, catch these carries off guard. But now are going to be picking up this Rift Herald. And are going to be pairing that off very easily. As they now build that gold lead. It's now 8,000 gold lead for Sheepii's team. Now, unfortunately, BMFX is not on as hard of a scaling champion, so is not able to play as aggressive and as forward as he would like. Vayne also sitting at 0-3, not at her point of strength just yet. The only real tank being Sejuani, and Sejuani still yet unable to pick up an item. But Cassandre has the Ice Spawn as a Divine Thunder for the Vi, Ludens Echo, for Ludens Tempest for the Ahri, as Gale Force for Caitlyn, and the Liandry's for Maokai. As Dragons up in a minute are going to be just picking up that Scuttle Crab. Nature's Grasp does land, Ahri does look for the charm, does land onto Lilia. Lilia gets hit by the Asian Hole, but there's flashes and Lulu ultis to save Kempton Park's life. As the sleep does come out onto Guppy, seeing if maybe they can take him down, but that is not going to do much, as that is a Lilia ulti that has been burned. And now Sheepii's team is walking about in this jungle here, looking just to clear it out. And Duck gonna look to play very aggressively, does land onto Imagine Bag. Imagine Bag taking a lot of damage. Not a very tanky Sejuani, as Cassandre looks for the dash forward, does have the Demolish. As now that is getting shot back on Sejuani. Sejuani does fall. And Vi does go for the flash Q. Does drop the season desist onto Lance there. But will fall to the tower. Kempton Park is being jumped on by Cassandre as he does go all out. That is a double kill for Cassandre. Does land that he is put onto the Lulu. And now that is an ace for Caitlyn. An ace for Sheepii's team. And they are going to be looking to close out this game. As they do have the Rift Herald charge, are going to get the second charge off, are going to try and push this up as fast as they can. Sejuani is going to be up. Doesn't look like it's going to look like it's going to get a second charge. Sejuani does drop the Glacial Prism. And that is now an open Nexus, but Guppy is taking a lot of damage, does get ignited. Imagine Bag is trying to kite it out. Look, but that is not going to be Cassandre 1v1 in the Vayne, but Vayne actually able to kite out exceptionally well, but that is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Vayne coming out on top with the shutdown. Guppy dodging the damage, but Jace then will pick up the shutdown onto him. So, Sheepii now caught between a rock and a hard place. Is just going to be stalling for time, basically. And now Sejuani clearing out the vision on that Nexus, but that is now a very open Nexus. And there is a TP available for Cassandre and TP available for the Ahri, so they could look for back doors. But now will be opting to start this dragon. As Vi does realize that this is going to be a 3 versus 1. Lilia walking behind them. A lot of damage coming out from the Vi there. TP is now coming in from the Cassandre. Cassandre will walk into the back line. Well, the Ahri again, it'll be a double TP onto the back ward. Does send the chomp onto the Jace. Cassandre going all out. BMFX is dead. Lilia does try and do some damage, but is not enough. It's trying to cut it out, but then now double kill coming out for Washed Out Fish. Breedable Kitten is still walking up, still in the all-out form. And now we'll drop back to the full tank form as as Charm does land. Q, Vi is looking for the Q, does land the Q onto the Vi. Eisenhold will take down Lance. As now Thresholist and Imagine Banks are running for their life. That is 5 members of Sheepii's team up against Sejuani and the Lulu. Lulu is quite low. And that will be just a smite coming out for him there. Duck will take down Lulu. This is going to be GG's. It is going to be game 2 to Sheepii's team. And now that does mean we will get a game 3, but it will not be happening tonight. As now that is game 2 to Sheepii's team once again. So, Sheepii's team do press to the game 3, but the game 3 will likely not be played here, as load shedding is going to hit these players hard. So the game 3 will likely be played tomorrow. We'll find out for you and keep you guys updated on my social media. But from me here, I'm not going to be able to do the predictions, but from me here at the casting desk, thank you to everyone who came. Okay, so who won the era game? So I will hop over now once I do the predictions. So we are going to go take a look. So let's go over to Floppy. So let's go view profile. So if we look at the era game there, so it did unfortunately look like it went over to royalty. So they did pick up the Xayah. Garth got given the Karthus. I think that was maybe that was a big downfall. 8-2 and 12 on the Karthus. Very, very fed. So that also, you do not want to see Garth on this Karthus. And I think Not knows exactly how difficult it is to lane against that Karthus. And now Flypancake got the Lilia. Single Track did get the Jax, but they were not able to do too much. Tricaries did get the Caitlyn. Pendragon did get his Pike too. Even the Talia came out for Nick Zora, but are just not enough with the Karthus being quite strong, with Vanzor being quite strong. So that is very unfortunately for Genesis their end of the winners bracket run. But now we'll be facing the lower bracket. We'll be facing Lost Time in the losers bracket, and will be looking to redeem themselves as they try and push themselves to that grand final. But all right, let's just close that. But from me at the caster's desk, it has been a long evening, everybody, and I know like I made a lot of mistakes in general just with the calls, but brain went mush after a while. So I will be seeing you guys off. Thank you so much all for tuning in. I'm sure we'll be seeing a game tomorrow. Likely going to be seeing the game 3 of Sheepie's team up against Shadow Origin, and then possibly a Pro Division game that I will find out for you as soon as I can. So everybody, hope you enjoy the rest of your evenings, and I will see you all then.
This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Pretty little flower, won't you sit back down and go play nice? So keep talking, keep laughing. One day you'll wish you had it. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me into your castle walls. None of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, then we'll burn it all down. My oh my, look at who winds up bigger this time. And if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Bye, playing with fire, and we'll burn it all down. This is where the bruises come from. This is when the game gets ugly. These blood, sweat, tears keep running. Licking my plate 'cause I'm so hungry. Keep talking, keep laughing. One day you'll see what happens. Other people on fire, fire. It's about time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me into your castle walls. None of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, then we'll burn it all down. My oh my, look at who winds up bigger this time. And if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Bye, playing with fire, and we'll burn it all down. It starts right now. Baby, you're surrounded. Put your money where your mouth is. Bury your doubt.